Hello. What's up, everybody? $10, Brainy, if you're still here, Zulu, Brendan, Arion, Dom, Nasrallah. Hope you guys are doing well. Sorry for being very late today. I was already late on my breakfast, and then I was battling with OBS for its inability to be flexible in terms of, you know, layout. Like, did you know OBS cannot have like a, you can put the layout together, like, position stuff, but you cannot have a window go over 3 rows. What I wanted to do was have my activity feed on a side, and then have the monitor, like the visual monitor up there, the audio mixer, and then all 3 controls for the sources, scenes, and start and stop. But you can't. You can only get 2, which completely ruins my plan, by the way. I think. So that was annoying. In fact, wait. There's maybe one. No. Dude. I don't understand why it doesn't work that way. I just realized that I could have actually have done that live, but I don't know, it doesn't vertically, it has no flexibility whatsoever, which is so dumb. I mean, okay, here's the thing, Zulu. I was like, oh, I'm smarter than this. I'm gonna pop it out and just put it on the side, as a like the chat, basically, like a side window. Except for no reason whatsoever, OBS has a minimum size that you cannot reduce it to. So I popped out the window and I tried to reduce it, and it just locked after like a tiny fraction of. And there's nothing blocking it, by the way. Like it's literally like I can move the windows and each of them individually make them smaller, including the preview, but not the whole thing. So I guess I could pop them all out and like make it but even then, like the preview would be fucked. No. I'm not gonna worry about it. The other thing we're gonna have to have fun with today is the PS5 sound. Let's see. This is gonna be an experiment. So we're gonna have to let me switch to this first. Probably actually switch my monitor. All right. Now here's the question. Do you guys hear sound? You hear sound. Do you hear double sounds? Now, you still hear sound, right? Yeah? And there's no difference between this now And this now. Like no double weird echoey thing coming in and out or changing, right? Okay. This means I managed to isolate what I'm hearing and what you guys are hearing, which is pretty awesome because I wasn't sure this was possible on my setup. Looks like it is. That's a great news. That's great news, which means I can listen to the game without any delay whatsoever. I just have slight buzzing because of internal, you know, wiring and such, but yeah, but that's not what I meant, Dom. You know, I appreciate the attempt at helping, but I can move my camera manually if I want. Yeah, I'm not stupid. I did it in the thing. I don't want to be forced to have to move the camera manually. What I meant was, and I'll explain once I'm in the game, it's a bit more complicated than that. So, I got the game on PS5, by the way, with the, well, PS Plus, whatever, because I didn't want to play this with the frame rate of yesterday, because that was, you know, there was no way I was going to do that. What's up, MK? So, what I did was get PS Plus Extra. I didn't want to get it initially because I was like, I have physical Returnal, physical Demon Souls. I'm not going to need a PS5 game for a while. I'm gonna play GT7 off stream for fun. It's gonna be perfect. I have all those physical games, you know. And so, but I kind of didn't want to play Stray on PC with that frame rate being terrible and shit. And the prompts were annoying me too. That's another thing. But anyway. So I got PS Extra for a month. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna get Wreckfest because it's free with PS Extra. And Wreckfest is actually a lot of fun, so I'm pretty glad I got that. But yeah, so I replayed yesterday. I quickly, quote unquote, replayed the game while I was doing the settings for the capture and everything. And I replayed up to the exact point where we were, which took me 45 minutes with the, you know, settings and testing and all that. On PC, my timer was at 4 hours and 20 minutes. So just to be clear, right, I can play games a bit faster. What's up, Laura? How are you doing? So we're exactly where we were yesterday. We have to go see, you know, Momo up in the big tower up there. And as you can see now, it's butter smooth. It's perfectly smooth. I mean, there's, you know, like a tiny microscopic hiccups that I've noticed here and there on PS5 even, but, you know, definitely not a... Yeah. But we're back here. And I even think the game looks prettier on PS5. I've noticed... Okay, that's something I noticed that was very weird. I was on max settings on PC, right? The textures on the posters and stuff are clearer on PS5. I'm not sure why, but like I could read some stuff on some posters and recipes that I couldn't really well read yesterday on PC. So I don't know, that's really weird, but this is what it is. I'm assuming PS game ported to PC and just, you know, a console game. But anyway. So yeah, what I was explaining, Dom, is I know I can turn the camera manually. That's not the problem. What I mean is when you move the camera, for instance, like this, it follows your character immediately and linearly, which makes it feel a bit stiff. By moving the camera manually around the cat when he's walking, I'm like avoiding that effect by, you know, I'm showing how that effect doesn't happen when I'm moving the camera around. Not linearly around the... Of course I don't want to play like this. You know, I don't want to play like that. That makes no sense. I don't want to turn my camera around when I'm walking. Right? It makes no sense. What I want is when I'm moving forward, instead of the camera going linearly behind me, I wish it did like Uncharted does. Which means when I start walking, my character moves, and then the camera slowly starts following. Just a bit, you know, like it's floating behind a bit. Not like it's following perfectly, locked on, you know? That's what makes it feel smoother, and just turning the camera around allows you to show that effect. Like if the camera is not locked on the cat exactly, it feels a bit smoother, you know? Which I believe is the solution to your problem? Okay. It's exactly the same. The only thing it doesn't do is that it doesn't rotate the camera when I'm turning. It doesn't change the camera behavior at all. So you don't know exactly what I meant. Maybe I'm doing a poor job at explaining myself. What's up, Dread? How are you today? Not thanks for trying. No help. I didn't ask for help. I know what I'm doing. I know what the options do. I'm just describing a problem that's built in the game. It's the behavior of the camera. It has nothing to do with turning the camera. It's just when I'm moving forward, I wish the camera didn't move immediately with me. I wish it just waited a bit and just, you know, like slowly floated behind it. It's a completely like a design decision. Like they would have to completely reprogram that camera. It has nothing to do with rotating or, you know. Oh, you assume. Okay, okay. Sorry, Dom. Today you were the person who was going to receive my frustration with tech issues while trying to start the stream. Because you tried to help, which is a major offense around here. Thank you for trying, Dom. Has to happen once in a while. Yeah, it does. It certainly does. Yeah, like if you look at how Uncharted does it, it's really smooth. Like the way when you move the character and the camera just kind of floats behind a bit late. There's a bit of distance that gets created, and when you stop, like the camera just arrives a bit closer, and it gives the impression of everything being a bit smoother. You know, like the cat moves in a less stiff manner thanks to that. Well, the character, in which case it would be a cat, but so we have to explore this entire place. Yeah. Gonna be fun. So yeah, I'm glad that I'm apparently able to play PS5 games no problem then. Don't have to worry about any kind of delay or, you know. The only thing that's a bit annoying is the little buzz that I'm hearing. It's very, you know, when there's actual sounds in the game, it's covered. But it's just when it's perfectly silent, I can hear the little, you know, hiss, just electrical noise. But I could fix that eventually with a mixer or whatever. So. I feel like I'm hearing a lot of those parasites echoing all over, you know? Yeah, it's very smooth on PS5 for sure. What's up, Monsieur JC? How are you doing today? I still want to have conversations with people all around here. Yeah. I am using a capture card Arion that I got the other day. I think it's working fine. I mean, you guys will let me know, but kind of liking it. Wait, $10. Weren't you here when I was just explaining it? Literally 5 minutes ago? Are you trying to save Dom? $10? Are you gonna make yourself the target of my ire today? Yes, the 5 milliseconds delay was purely audio. We literally had a whole ass hour-long conversation about that, yes, the other day. You were here! You tried to help. Tried to make myself the target and I got ignored. You did? Aw. Okay, so I can show the items, which I did already, of course. Aww. Was it the robot's grandma's? Something? All in that language that I don't understand. Just love their faces. Oh, and the fucking adaptive triggers when you scratch stuff and shit. It's so awesome. And the rain at the very beginning of the game when you're in the tunnel and you're right next to where the rain hits you a bit. You can feel the rain in the controller. That's so sick. Those adaptive triggers are really something, and the general haptics is really fascinating. Playing Wreckfest, you can actually... It's very interesting. Wreckfest is basically Destruction Derby for the, you know, new generation, but you can feel that you're fighting against your car breaking down. Like when your gearbox breaks, you can like listen the struggle to change the gears, and like you can tell the brakes don't work quite well. Like sometimes you try to brake and you can feel like the trigger giving out, and like your brake doesn't work properly anymore, and the accelerator sometimes a bit stuck. And dude, it's fascinating the way they manage to make you feel like your car is just breaking apart. Which I think is really cool. It's a pretty cool. The third mask. Am I a cat lover? Yeah, I like cats. They're, you know, in terms of pets, domesticated pets, I think they're up there with dogs. I like dogs quite a bit. I like cats and dogs for different reasons. Yeah, I think my favorite pet is still the rabbit. I like rabbits, but I haven't had a rabbit in a decade, so. This one's so happy, look at that. Everyone else doesn't like me too much, though. You gave us such a fright. We thought you were a Zerk. Oh, a Zerk is... I thought they were the Zerks. Oh, they were scared that I was one of those little creatures, I guess. Those little annoying things. Those must be the Zerks. Hmm. Has that joke ever been funny, Dom? Like in the past... What, since you were older than 12? I don't eat rabbit. I did when I was a kid, because I was forced to. I don't eat rabbits because they're pets. For me. What if I showed them that? Very pretty. That's it? Aw. Joris. I had a friend named Joris. I'm a bully today? I don't think so. I don't think making jokes about eating pets is... Two people who, you know... It's like... I eat... horse, right? Like, it's something in Switzerland, like, horse is pretty standard meat you can eat. But if I know someone has horses as pets and, like, rides horses, I'm not gonna make jokes like that to them. It's just... kind of rude. It's always interesting to get and compare opinions on this game from a cat person or a dog person. Well, the only cat person I know who played this didn't like it, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure what how I'm gonna be feeling like if I'm a bit in between, you know. I mean, I love both equally. So. My friend's father forced him to eat his own pet rabbit when he was a kid. That's kind of weird. Huh. And by weird, I mean completely fucked up, yes. I'm sure it made your friend stronger. Yikes, yes. Hmm. What's up, Warren? You're a cat person and you liked it? What's up, Bob Rocks? What's up, Madam JC? I mean, the cat getting hurt, like, it was, you know, when he fell and, like, was limping on his leg and then... I mean, it's not something that I like seeing, but it's, like, to me, it's not different than seeing a human character get hurt, you know? I don't know. It doesn't bother me more or less than when a human character or any sort of character gets hurt. Yeah, see, I don't see it that way, Naz. I don't know. It's just they're just characters, you know. Even when I don't know, like a little robot, like if little robot there got hurt, I'd be equally as sad, and you know, it depends on what the character is making me feel in general. Like if I'm attached to the character, it's gonna make it a lot worse. But by worse I mean, you know, like it's gonna make it an emotional experience. Doesn't mean that I'm not gonna like. The argument was some cat people maybe didn't like the game because the cat was getting hurt. Like, I mean, it's a character that gets hurt in a video game. It's supposed to elicit a response, right? In fact, it makes me like the game more because it elicits an emotional response, you know, to the cat being hurt or an individual. It's the same as the beginning of The Last of Us, right? Everyone knows what I'm talking about if you've played the game, and if not, I'm not going to spoil it, but it triggers a reaction. It's very sad because you're already attached to some of the characters and some of the situations are pretty sad. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's not cat torture. Exactly. Like, it's not hurting it for the purpose of being, you know, it's not like... Imagine if you were playing a character and one of, like, the tutorial... the tutorial for the moving around and, like, throwing stuff would be throwing a stone at a cat and hurting it. For no reason whatsoever. That would be fucked up, you know? I would be like, oh, dude, that's kind of, you know... But not... Maybe, I don't know, not more... Maybe a little more than if it was throwing stones at a human being, because I feel like sometimes animals are a bit more innocent in general, which is, you know, completely... It's a complete social construct, right? To see it that way. Like, any human you throw a stone to for no reason is, by default, as innocent as an animal is, when you don't know that person, right? But you can assume that there's... cats and animals are always kind of ethically innocent because they're just acting on instinct, and, you know, they don't have those sets of values that we do, so... But... I kicked a cat in GTA on accident, never recovered fully. Yeah, see, that's... You don't care about punching people, right? We're just used to that idea. But hurting an animal feels different somehow, which is weird. I mean, not weird, but... Not weird in the sense, oh, I don't understand it. It's just a strange phenomenon, I feel like. There was a lot of debate when The Last of Us 2 came out, because there's without going too deep into spoilers, there's a scene where you are getting attacked by a dog and you have to defend yourself and kill the dog, which is a scene that you're forced to go through because, you know, it's part of the story. Like, the dog has a relatively important plot point at some point. I'm not gonna go into details, but it's just, you know, it's not just a dog that comes out of nowhere. There's a whole thing around that dog and the situation. There's other dogs, like patrol dogs, but you're not... Those you can avoid. You can, like, be sneaky, and if you attack them, that's on you, you know? But this one scene in particular was met with a bit of outcry because you are forced to do it as a quick time event in a cutscene. And I'm like, this is kind of weird because, without going into details, you're doing horrible shit to human beings in that game. Like, horrible shit. At multiple points. And clearly, you know, there's... If this were real life, clearly, you know, one could easily argue, and I'm not saying it's true or anything, but one could easily argue that a human life is more important than a dog's life, you know? Like, it's permeated into our culture. If you have firemen going into a house, they're gonna save humans before they save a dog, right? It's part of our society as humans to prioritize human life above animal life. And yet in video games, we're so used to murdering hordes of humans that we get a stronger emotional response from that situation with the dog, rather than the horrible shit we do to, arguably, people who didn't necessarily deserve it. So there's something interesting there. Like, I don't think at first I was like, okay, maybe it's, you know, that idea that a dog is innocent by default, you know, it's only doing what his masters wanted to do, or is, you know, a dog is never guilty of being bad, so to speak. It's a blabberduck. And the humans in the story are, you know, arguably guilty of some terrible shit themselves, so it doesn't feel as bad. And then you know, the GTA example is very good. I go back to GTA and I'm like, I'm gonna probably feel nothing running over hordes of innocent people just walking in the street. Playing GTA, I don't know if there's pregnant women, I don't remember. I might hit a pregnant woman while on a car chase and not even have a second look. If there's a chance that there's a random dog crossing the road and I'm hitting it, or a cat, I'm gonna feel horrible about it for a second. It's gonna be like, oh shit. And so, it's very, I think it's not just a matter of, oh, you know, we want to protect animals because they're innocent and they're small and weaker, quote unquote, and you know, I think it's really because we're desensitized in video games to just murdering people all the time. That's what we do constantly. Animals are a bit off limit, you know. So I'm thinking that's in large part what's happening there. It's not just about the quote unquote ethical dilemma of, oh, an animal is an innocent being by default, you know. So I don't know. All this to say that I'm still feeling those things. Like I said, like in GTA, I would run over an innocent and never look twice. If I was hitting a cat, I'd probably be like, oh shit, I didn't like doing that. But like, for instance, in a video game like this one, seeing the cat being hurt at the beginning, you know, I would have had the same reaction if I was playing a human character and I was attached to it, and suddenly it was hurting and limping, and maybe we are less often in the role of an animal and a cat, for instance. So this maybe hits differently because you're like, oh, I'm not used to playing that or seeing that. Playing hurt human beings is pretty much a constant in video games as well, so we're a bit sensitized, I guess. But also there's a factor that's important there, and I just thought about it while explaining this, is a human character is gonna have to do quite a bit to get me to relate to them, right? I couldn't just be... You can't just put me in the control of a character and just walking around and then falling, and then I'm gonna feel bad for them. The cat gets instant likability, you know, because it's a cat, it's cute, and you see them interact at the beginning, and so you're already attached to your little crew of cats, and you know, they did a good job at really making you connect with the cat in a very short amount of time. I don't think I would have felt quite the same if the game immediately put you in the control of the cat as you're walking around alone with no interaction whatsoever, and suddenly you fall and hurt yourself. There's still that aspect of, oh, it's a cat, you know, it's sad, but it wouldn't feel the same. They did a good job at making you care for the cat really early on. Talking about innocence, maybe a better comparison would be a child, not a fully grown person. An adult can comprehend the situation better and has bigger chances of to dealing with it compared to an animal. Bet people who don't play games would have a similar response. Yeah. I guess children do have that innocence factor for them too, yeah. But I wonder, in the context of video games, I wonder... I think of course, it's not just one thing, you know, it's a compounded effect, right? It's the innocence and the fact that we're used to seeing people get hurt and killed in video games. I think there's more than one effect at play here, of course. But yeah, I mean, the child argument is a good point. I think the reason people tend to feel bad for animals is because most animals are working off pure survival instinct. Humans are nasty to each other for fun sometimes, and towards animals sometimes. It's easier to feel for animals that can't really speak up for themselves in the same way. Yeah, of course. Yeah. That innocence, right? I don't think GTA has any innocence. I don't think it's the case in GTA 5, but I remember GTA 3, like, every single individual would have a gun. You would hit a random pedestrian and they would just pull a gun on you. Yeah, Rico? Yeah, I don't know, Dom. I definitely think it's part of... I definitely think it's part of the likability of the animal, right? Because we never feel bad about the dogs in Resident Evil or Dark Souls, do we? Not necessarily. We feel a bit bad about Sif because there's a story that goes with it. We don't feel bad about the random dogs that attack you because they look rabid and aggressive. They don't look sympathetic at all. They don't make you feel that sympathy towards them. Which, you know, it means our appreciation for animals in games is dependent on... Because, you know, again, taking the example of The Last of Us 2 and comparing it to Dark Souls, or any other game where dogs can attack you, right? Resident Evil is a good example. Why do I feel bad about the dog attacking me in The Last of Us 2 and having to defend myself, when I don't feel bad about a dog attacking me in Resident Evil 2 and feeling bad about myself when I have to kill it? Because one dog looks like a nice dog and we've seen a bit of story with them, and so we get attached to the animal. And on the other side, they're just rabid zombie dogs that attack you. They're you know, they don't look like friendly dogs. This is, I think that's interesting to question, right? We base our reaction not necessarily just on the character of the animal, because now that I think about it, I think the first time you confront that dog in The Last of Us 2, you haven't seen that dog yet. You haven't met them. You haven't, you know, again, without trying to spoil too much, you haven't seen that side of the story yet. You're just getting attacked by a dog. And a lot of people felt pretty bad about that scene initially, which I think, well, I mean, people were maybe... There's always a chance that people were just trying to find an excuse to be mad at The Last of Us 2, but let's assume their intent was honest, and they just felt bad about the dog. Then the only factor is that the dog looked like a nice, friendly, normal dog, compared to dogs looking nasty and, you know. So we're basically basing our reaction based on how those dogs look. Friendly or not. Which is interesting, thinking about it. What's up, Buki? Yeah, Naz? Yeah, I don't know, because we understand humans more, so we know that they can be filth, I guess. I don't know. I find it curious that animals are seen as innocent processes cause they're just being animals, as if humans are divorced from that. That's an interesting point, yeah, Brendan. We tend to, and I think for good reason, in a way, right? We tend to attribute our decisions and reactions to very human, conscious decisions. Responsible decisions, as if we were completely divorced from our hormonal reactions and instinctive reactions and boiling emotions that we don't have a lot of control on. But I think it's part of having established ourselves as a society with laws, and if we were to consider that our reactions are instinctive or, you know, animalistic, which some of our reactions are, for sure. But removing the responsibility there, I feel would be dangerous for society in general, right? I think that's part of the issue. We've codified our reactions. And I think, I mean, isn't it still considered in the law? Like, isn't, you know, we hear about crimes of passion. Aren't they judged differently than premeditated crimes? Which, in a way, I would say is accounting for the animalistic nature of human beings, right? It doesn't remove responsibility, but we're still accounting for it, I believe. To a certain degree, at least. Yeah, Rion, yeah, for sure. The dog in John Wick, like, you barely get to know them and still elicits a strong response because they're just a little puppy, innocent, cute, you know? Yeah, Brandon, absolutely, yeah. I would hope it is in the justice system. I don't know how it is, you know, everywhere, but I would hope that it is. What's up, Royal with cheese? I don't think gaming AI is at the level where I can care about the dog in a game. Personally don't feel that way, at least. I get quite easily attached to character, whether they're animals or not, you know, just a matter of how they're presented, I guess. Justice system? Yeah. I know, Brendan. I know. I mean, they do care about your background, right? Not in the way you'd think, but they do, right? Without trying to be too snarky there, but, you know. It's true, yeah, I know. It's unfortunately true, yeah. The music's really cool there, by the way. I just noticed right now. That mix of electronics and... It's really cool. By the way, is the capture smooth 60 FPS, by the way? What do you guys think? I know Cody had issues with, like, sometimes the games being 30 FPS and... What's up, Fizzy? How are you, dude? How's Outer Wilds going, man? Smooth 60? I'm seeing a bit on my thing here on the side. I'm seeing a bit of slight stirring sometimes, but I'm not sure if it's... Yeah, Fizzy? It will go well, don't worry. It, like, the first few streams you need to set the tone and then everyone just gets it. You really thought you'd take the elevator. I've never seen that thing work, and I'll be 374 years old tomorrow. Ooh. Okay, there's one thing in the UI that bothers me. You have to press the joystick up to get in the item menu there, even though your inventory is usually the up button on the D-pad. That is a very weird discrepancy there. It would make so much more sense to be both up on the D-pad. Bookie, it's been going well so far. I mean, it should be, right? A single session type game, but I'm just, you know how I play games. Such a beautiful dream. What a shame it's just a dream. Translate. Oh. I love how the camera positions itself there. Only our ancestors can distinguish these colors. It is said they once dominated the world. Only our ancestors can distinguish these colors. It is said they once dominated the world. Oh, are they? They're colorblind. The robots are colorblind. They don't see color. Huh. That's interesting. Our long gone ancestors, the soft ones, left us this city. Our home is their legacy. The soft ones. We're the soft ones, guys. That's kind of cool. The ancient stories speak of natural light that leaked from a star and landed at our feet. This light caused warmth and well-being in our ancestors. It helped them grow. The ancient stories speak... And here, up and down on the thing, is D-pad again. Okay. I'm sorry. Whoever decided that the show item button was not... Never mind. It's not a big deal. I'm just... I hate inconsistencies in UI. Especially this. Like, this should have been something that's been immediately figured out. Like, someone should have had their hands on the controller and be like, oh, that's not good. Can we make it consistent, please? I'm gonna go check if I can rebind some of those buttons. The ancient stories speak of natural light that leaked from a star and landed at our feet. Oh, they don't see the fucking sun anymore. There's a sort of plate or something up there. Yeah. At least I think it's a plate. Like, there's no way that this is space, right? With, like, fixed satellites? No. This is a plate of some kind. A dome. Maybe. Is this just FF7? Yes. See? We're in Midgar right now. What's up, Dax? How are you doing? That's the first thing I said when, you know... There were two moments, like the moment where I was gonna jump with the cat, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be a FF7 moment with the breaking thing and falling down. And then as soon as I saw there was like a plate, I was like, yep, this is it. That's the game. Don't let them drop the plate, yeah. Okay, let's see. Nope. God damn it. Why can you not rebind that? It's... Why go up there? There's nothing there. Every time I'm gonna press the fucking wrong button. I think Momo has some pictures, just like this. Did you show it to him? Angela? Oh, Angela. Ronan. Doris. Why can I not talk to that one? Yeah, Buki. Especially, like, I mean... Especially in this case where it's not consistent. Like, you press up to get the inventory, right? Then to show the item, you need to press up on the joystick, not on the D-pad. But then, when you read this, and you want to go up and down the text, you have to use the D-pad again. Make it one single fucking... Make it all the D-pad. You know, everything that's related to the little robot, make it the D-pad. Johan. Oh, That's it? Okay. Oh god, every time. Please don't interrupt my meditation with strange images. Oh, it was okay, okay. Strange images, okay. Where's Avalanche when you need them? Oh. That was a different sound. Only our ancestors can distinguish these colors. It is said they once dominated the world. Oh, maybe they're talking about the green and blue specifically. Ah, maybe that's it. Maybe they're not fully colorblind. They just can't really see green and blue. Because it, you know, it's not really a thing anymore, I guess. Like here, for instance, it's smooth, right? Right now, like I'm looking at my monitor and it looks perfectly smooth 60. Oh, here there was a few hiccups here. I don't know. I don't know what's part of the capture or what's part of the game. I can't look at both at the same time. No. Hopefully it's good enough. It's calling me up. I'll be there. I'll be there. The bright boot. Facehugger, how are you? Okay, I'll have to come back here. Thank you, $10 for gifting us up to Bright Boot. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Another memory to your collection. Beautiful. Yeah, Brendan. How did you, without spoilers, because I know some people maybe haven't played it yet and are waiting for it, but how did you enjoy, Oberdeen generally? I'm hoping the sounds are well balanced because, of course, I had to change a bit of, you know, the balance is a bit different than yesterday. With the PS5 being now sending you the sound, I'm hoping the game's well tuned. Tell me I can sleep there. I know he's looking at the thing, but game sounds good. They scavenging for resources, I guess? Yeah, I'll be there. Just walking around a bit to get in a better mood. Oh yeah, bad mood today. The end was a bit of a lull and fell short. So glad I played it. Yeah, for me... You were at that point when I watched you the other day. You know that point where you're like, oh, that's it? and now it's all, you know, deduction, and you're like, ugh, okay. That became, you know, walking around and all that became a bit of a chore at that point. I wish there was a better, quicker way to get back into the vignettes, but anyway. And then yeah, the ending, it felt like so much was promised by the mystery, and then just not much came out of it at the end, so I don't know. We're fortunate to have these items to help us defend against the Zerks. The slums has its threats, sorry, and preparation is key. Come across fake pictures like this sometimes. All talking about the outside. Beautiful dream, I guess. They think the outside is fake. Interesting. So I guess we're in a dome of sorts, is what the vibe that I'm getting. Yeah. Look at all the hidden gems in this trash. Pennies from heaven. Or from software. What? From somewhere. Anyway. Oh, I wonder if it's... Oh, dude, what if the humans are actually living up there? And they're just throwing stuff down. Where the robots are left to deal with it. The blue sky. Ha! Imagine that. Yeah. That game's gonna end with me getting to the surface and seeing nature, right? Don't tell me, of course, in case someone's new around here and they don't know that I don't want to know, but... Stop spoiling. What's up, Venom? I've surpassed where you are? Wait, have you played the game for 30 minutes, Venom? Because I haven't moved since yesterday. We're here. I just arrived there. At the village. Or whatever it is, you know, with the... First time I meet those robots and everything. I just found something you didn't? Yeah. Just, you know, exploring around, right? No, there's no way, like... I'm playing on PS5 now, so I had to go back to where I was. And it took me 45 minutes to do what we did yesterday in 4 hours and a half. And I was doing testing along the way with the capture and everything, so, you know. I'm really not far at all. Someone could probably literally start the game now and be further than I am before I'm done with the stream. I mean, certainly. In fact. Inspect music sheet. Azuz. Hello. I'm the merchant of the market. You give me something, I'll give you something in exchange. It's as simple as that. This is a music sheet, a masterful piece of art of a very renowned artist. Will cost you 1 energy drink can. I can't do less. 1 energy drink can. Let's see all the items first. What's up, Moppa? Yeah, the PC version was just annoying, chugging. The prompts were different buttons and I was getting caught all the time. And yeah, I just figured might as well get it on PS5 and have a smoother experience for everyone involved. And it's a good test for PS5 streaming before we get into Returnal, you know. Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like the capture sometimes is dropping frames. Like, a bit of a frame rate drop on the capture, but not in game. The marketplace. This is an ancient relic, a testament to the talent of our ancestors. It will cost you 3 energy drink cans. I can't do less. Doesn't let me See what it is. I wonder what it is. It's going to be an interesting reveal. This is a set of electric cable. The best on the market. I'll exchange this for Super Spirit detergent. That's the best I can do. So energy drinks and... So 4 energy drinks and what was the last one? Super Spirit detergent. Okay. Well, let's look around for that, I guess. Thank you, Venom, for gifting us up to Tommy. 3rd memory collected for you. Welcome, welcome. Also, welcome, Tommy. I think I missed you earlier. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, exactly, Tom. It's a nice side effect of it is being able to test the PS5 streaming. Which, you know, so far so good. Sounds working well, I think. I'm just worried about the frame rate a bit. Like, I can see that it's... I don't know why it would do that. Like, what's, you know... But it's definitely not in the game because I see it almost every time when I'm looking up and moving around. It's clearly not in the game. My CPU is not being used very much. I wonder, maybe settings for the capture that I could do better. Oh, is it? Let me look at something. Maybe... Oh, I'm thinking... You mean VSync where? In OBS? Can I actually VSync OBS? Is that a thing? So, Venom, my frame rate on the capture source is match output FPS, which should be 60, right? It is 60. But I was wondering if maybe like forcing it to 60 or highest FPS would be better. I'm gonna force it to 60. And what I'll do is I'm gonna put buffering. It's gonna cost a bit of maybe a tiny bit of delay. With buffering, you know, there's gonna be maybe a tiny bit more delay than it would be otherwise. Like, it's not gonna be something you'll... Like, I'm not gonna react a second before you see the thing, right? But since the sound is not an issue anymore because I'm getting direct sound now, I removed the buffer initially because it would make sure I got the lowest sound delay possible. But now that I have direct sound, not from the capture anymore, I can probably afford to... I'm sorry this is such a, like, tech issues fixing stream, but we're here anyway, so... And there's still a bit of Chugging here and there, it seems like. I mean, maybe I'm seeing it on my preview. I'm not sure if it's coming through. That's the question. But I'm thinking you guys are seeing what I'm seeing, right? Like a few tiny hiccups here and there. But it could be just the preview that's chugging just a bit on my end, and it's not actually... See there was a little hiccup when I was turning, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I think we're good. You gotta be looking for it. That was normal, by the way. I exited the settings, so it, you know. Oh! But it's really weird how the textures are better on PS5 than on PC. I don't know if it was a problem of my PC specifically, but I don't think so. Like, the textures are so much prettier on PS5 than they were on PC, which completely blows my mind. Oh, that's good news, Facehugger. I mean, I'm glad it looks good. Maybe I'm a bit... Sometimes I'm a bit too perfectionist, you know. I need to be stopped. Take safe's mysterious password. Doing a port with a small team seems reasonable. That the textures are a bit worse on PC, you think? Was it developed first with, like, for console? Or what's the deal there? It's written follows the numbers, but it looks like a binary language and a succession of zeros and ones. We must be able to decipher this code one way or another. It's probably related to this safe. It's written follows the numbers, but it looks like a binary language. Succession of zeros and ones. Follows the numbers. Maybe using some sort of super sampling on PS5 versus P. Yeah, I don't know. Access to the sewers is condemned because of the proliferation of Zergs. Stay safe. Stay in the safe zone. So the Zergs are those confirmed are those vermins that were trying to get to us at some point. Oh, what is that? Oh my god! The controls are reversed. This is so tough. Oh, hey, little buddy. Aw. What's up, Shepherd, by the way? I don't think if I don't remember if I said hi, but hi. Hello, I'm a musician, but I don't have any songs. Oh, maybe I can bring him a... Yeah. The sheet music, right? You can feel the purring in the controller, by the way. Alright, let's go find him a song, shall we? I want this on PS5 now. Yeah, dude, I'm glad I got... It's, you know, it's free with... Well, free. It's available with PS Plus Extra. Which honestly was a pretty big deal, man. A pretty good deal. I was surprised of how many games there were in Extra. I'm playing Wreckfest off stream, which is awesome. Like, you can feel your car breaking down in the fucking controller and it being harder to drive and everything. It's so cool. Okay, this goes all the way up. Maybe... Wait for a bit there. Remember. Yeah, Fizzy. Sorting pictures. Yeah, we had a good time. Extra is the middle one, yeah. Not premium. Premium doesn't... As far as I understand, premium doesn't give you more like PS5 or PS4 games. It gives you some demos, like some games you can have the demos with premium. And there's like a backlog of old classics that are not available on Extra, which can be interesting for some. Yeah, some classic games, PS1 and whatever. Some you can download directly, and some that are, you know, streamable. Which I wouldn't do that, but I think Extra is... I mean, to be fair, Premium is not that much more expensive than Extra, right? It's like a couple bucks more. Whereas Extra is like about $6-7 more than the base version. Like, you get the base version if you just want to play online, right? Which is nice. It's not expensive. Well, it's the normal price it used to be, and it's good. And then you pay like the $6-7 more to get games, and $8 or $9 if you really want like the little things in addition. I think it's honestly a pretty good deal. Like, I'm not mad about it, and they're gonna keep adding games, and you know, I think it's pretty okay. Yeah, Fizzy. Yeah, we had good moments, man. Gotta do that soon again someday. Someday, yeah. Tencent and Sony Interactive Entertainment collectively acquire 30.34% of From Software. Okay. Interesting. From Software becoming potentially first party to Sony. I don't think it's gonna change much. They're probably still gonna release multi-platform games. But I mean, I personally don't care if it's exclusive. Like, I don't mind. If it leads to making great games, like Bloodborne, and, you know, make them exclusive. I don't give a shit. Remarkable. Companions have evolved so much. In the early days, their simple AI merely imitated human art. Now this is all their own. Humans often said that making art is important in desperate situations. These are certainly desperate times. Okay. I'm assuming all of these are around there somewhere. Oh, the Rip Humans, I remember that. Yeah, Fizzy. Just a spur of the moment thing, right? Pure inspiration, Swiss precision, timing. Sony also has a stake in the company that owns From before this. Yeah, I don't know, Dread. The way I see it, I feel like they're always gonna want to get an exclusive here and there on their platform, like they did with Bloodborne, and although maybe that changes after Elden Ring, I'm not sure, but it depends, right? It's a financial thing. Like if Sony's paying for the production, then they want that exclusive. It makes sense, and we'll keep getting our multi-platforms, I'm sure. We don't actually, in fact, we don't know what From is going to do after Elden Ring, so for all we know, they might move away from the entire thing altogether, so. Yeah, Mask, that's a concern, right? But hopefully the consoles get more available in the future, right? I mean, we say that they're not very available, and that's true to a certain extent, but there's a shit ton of PS5s sold. Like, the numbers are insane. They've sold... I'm not sure if I'm right, but I believe they sold almost as many PS5s so far as they did PS4 on the same time frame after release. The difference is more people want PS5s now than they wanted PS4s back in the days. I'm not... Don't quote me on that, I'm not sure exactly, but there was a thing like that. Maybe it was PS3. But I believe they're, you know, like... It's still... Over 20 million PS5s have been sold. Right. In what? Less than 2 years? I think that's more than PS4s were being sold at the time. Again, not sure. Someone who would have to look up the numbers, but... Roshi. I take care of the plants. The humans improved them so much. Now they require very little light. Oh, we grew plants in order to not require too much light. Aw. Just add a bit of water and look how bright they get. It's really an amazing technology. They're fake plants? Like, seriously? Huh. It's a very old binary code you can have here. It's a very old binary code you have here. Only a real geek can read this. Okay. Dude. Fucking inconsistency there. Oh, I think I finally understand why. No thanks, I'm not thirsty. The outside? Why bother trying to find it? We're good here. I think it's this way because if you have a text that's more than one window and you want to move up and down, then you can do both. However, I definitely think that moving up and down in the text should be the joystick and moving up in the menu should be the D-pad because that's consistent with the inventory, but... But anyway, you know what time it is. It is window time. I'm gonna open my window, and I'll be back in a few seconds. 30 seconds, and I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you for your patience. Comparing 4 and 5 sales. Ah, shit. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I'm thinking when I heard about that, it must have been, you know, around that time where the separation happened, which was what, like 5 months ago, 6 months ago, which was beginning of the, yeah, that actually makes sense. That was when I was, you know, that was when I was considering Elden Ring at the time, I remember. And I was like, huh, I wonder if I should get a PS5 for Elden Ring, and eventually, you know. But I couldn't afford it at the time, and I was like, oh, I was looking up the sales and the supply, sorry, and then heard, oh, they actually sold more than they did PS4s back in the day, so it's not that unavailable. And which surprised me, to be quite honest with you. But yeah, and it looks like now it's PS4's taking over, which could be, you know, partially because, well, the economy is, well, you know, so of course it doesn't make people want to buy consoles, right? Which is also why there's a bit more supply, I think, recently. Like, they're not selling out quite as fast as they used to anymore when they get shipments. But I think video games are a lot more mainstream now than they ever were back when the PS4 released, right? Like, it's just even more. I think the pandemic helped a bit in that regard. Maybe that's a factor too, with the, you know, the sales going up during 2020, 2021, right? People wanted to get their entertainment at home and everything, so. They're not? What do you mean, Brady? They're not selling out as fast? I don't think so, yeah. According to my cousin, at least, they're, you know, they have some shipments that just stay around for almost a week sometimes, maybe more. But I think it might be a local thing, Switzerland. It's not necessarily everywhere the same, but... Yeah, I mean, it could be a local difference, right? Yeah, exactly, Aaron. I very much have no problem with exclusives. I think the thing, Venom, with exclusives is that, like Arion said, it's... a lot of games wouldn't be made if it wasn't for exclusivity. I don't think Returnal would have been made. I don't think Bloodborne would have been made. It's one of those things, you know, that you... they're creating those games because they want to move their hardware to go with it. They want to make sure people get their PSN accounts and, you know, get that data and everything. And so for them, it's an investment that makes sense. And in being that, it allows them to create stuff that wouldn't be created otherwise because they need to make something appealing. Are those first-party games? Well, maybe that's part of what being exclusive is, right? It doesn't, you know. But even if it's not a first party, like From Software wasn't first party in the first place, since it's now being acquired. It's just, hey, we're gonna give you a bunch of money, you make a game for us, but it's gonna have to be exclusive. The licensing is gonna be exclusive. And From Software is like, oh, money for an extra game? Sure, let's go. And that's how you get Bloodborne, right? I don't know, to me it's one of those things. I understand that it's annoying when you don't have the machine, you know, but it's what makes games that are sometimes pushing the boundaries a bit possible, you know. Hey Electron, what's up, man? I'm really liking Stray quite a bit. I mean, I see what you're saying, Dread, but if it didn't make sense for them, they wouldn't do it, right? they're not doing an exclusivity just to annoy you, right? It's because they get something out of it. And in the case of a game like Bloodborne, for instance, I think a big idea is we're bringing people to the PS4. We want to get people interested in the console over the Xbox ecosystem, right? We want people to be on the Sony ecosystem because... And they don't care about actually selling hardware. What they want is people to be on their network. Get those subscriptions, get those accounts, you know, that's where the big thing is right now. It's getting people on their machines. Yeah, Bloodborne was PS4, yeah. Was one of the first big games that would get you like, holy shit, I need a PS4, you know? And again, Bloodborne was never as mainstream as Dark Souls 3 or Sekiro or Elden Ring became. Like, it was still... It sold pretty well, but if you compare that to other exclusives or massive games like God of War and Monster Hunter and stuff like that, you know, it's a tiny game. Like, it didn't sell that much. But it's still one of the games that made a lot of people think, oh, Sony's just got it figured out, right? We want to be on that fucking platform. Which is what matters ultimately, because they want those accounts and those, you know, subscriptions and... Yeah, I don't know, Venom. I think if I'm a dev and I'm being offered a pile of money for an exclusivity, yeah, I'm gonna consider it. Like, you might decide to just be multi-platform because you want more people to be able to play your game, or you just want to make your bag, and I think that's fair. I mean, you know, props to you. Like, you can sell something, do it if you want to, you know. I think that I don't think that's scummy or anything. It's just, you know, if that ensures you can make another game in the future, instead of having to count on the game selling well, I mean, for God's sake, just sell your fucking game and make a pile of money and make another game, right? What annoys me a bit is... What about, first of all, what about bringing those exclusives to other platforms when they stop being system sellers? I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. At this point, I would think Bloodborne still contributed to a few PS5 sales, quite a few, and bringing people back to that. Even if it's an older generation game, I still think there's probably a few people out there, a significant amount of people, not negligible at least, that were, well, I didn't get a PS4, but now I'm gonna get a PS5. And it's gonna be great because I can play Bloodborne on it. You know what I mean? It's part of the deal, you know, like the PS Plus deal on PS5 when you get, you know, like those games from the previous gen. And it's part of that package, and it's very interesting for them, I think. But, and what Brainy says is very true. Like, is it worth investing on porting in? Especially something like Bloodborne, which would require a lot of work to be ported. We're talking about basically having to, you know... You don't want a Dark Souls 1 situation where the game ran like ass when it was ported. You want something that can actually run 60 FPS properly, which would require a proper remaster of the game, you know? So... Yeah. It's... You have to bring back a lot of people, you have to just get the whole workflow going again with the assets and everything. It's a huge deal. Like, I'm not sure if, you know... I wonder what he thinks of the... Okay, same thing. I need to find a real geek. I think Bloodborne PC would blow the fuck up. I don't think it would blow up that much. Look at the somewhat minimal portion of people who have the game compared to the people owning a PS4. It's not that much. It wasn't that big of a game. We're in a... I think there's a bias there because we're in sort of microcosm as people who watch streams and enjoy that type of content. That's a reason why we are all together, you know? It wasn't that huge of a game, but it has a big reputation more than people who actually played it. Didn't Bloodborne sell like, what, 4 million? Maybe? Which, you know, compared to something like God of War, who's 20 plus millions, or, you know, something insane like that. I'm not sure that's the case, Dread. I think there's a bias there. Because we're in communities that are built around those games. It's... And that's what I was getting at earlier. And, you know, how much... Did God of War and Horizon Zero Dawn sell very well on PC? I mean, it did, you know, it sold reasonably well, right? They're still blockbuster games, but... Do we have sales figures for God of War, for instance, on PC? There's no way it surpassed the PS4 numbers, right? And we're talking about a game that sold 20 million plus on PS4, right? So... Even if it's, say, divided by 4, like, do you really want to do all that porting and everything for maybe less than 1 million copies of Bloodborne on PC? Not sure. Or it could be more than that. Maybe Sony actually wants to work on a remake of some kind in the future for PS5. Who the fuck knows, right? As of May, Horizon Zero Dawn sold 2.4 on PC. And how many did it sell on PS4? 12 or 15 million? Something like that? I'm just, you know, talking from memory here. I don't have actual numbers. Over 20 million. Yeah, see? That's what I mean, right? It's those big fucking games that everyone talks about, and yet when they actually port, they don't sell that much. You know, it's still a gigantic bestseller, agreed, but still, it's almost 10 times less. You know, for Bloodborne, that's less than 500,000 copies, if my numbers are correct. So there's a lot of crossover. Yeah, of course, obviously. So many people had a PS4, right? The PS4's sold a shit fucking ton of consoles. Like, it's... At this point, the subset of people who didn't get a PS4 because they wanted to play Bloodborne or the From Software games or whatever, not that many of them are gonna buy it, it's on PC because they're waiting for it on PC. It's a very vocal minority, right, of people who we always hear on Twitch chats. And those are pretty hardcore gamers already. Like, they're watching people play video games. They're part of the, you know, of the thing. And everyone's like, oh, dude, I really want to get Bloodborne. I wish it was on PC, you know? And... Yeah. I don't know, Brainy. I have no opinion on Horizon. I've actually decided I might in the future at some point play through the games on PS5, the 2 Horizons, because I might have just... I didn't like what I played of the first one, but I've heard some things that make me believe that there might be more for me there than I initially thought. So I'm willing to potentially give it a try in the future again. I got the second one with the console, so I'm like, might as well. I'll give it a try, certainly. As far as God of War, I really liked it, personally, yeah. I thought it was pretty great. I mean, was just... felt good to me, played well, was interested in the story. I thought the environments were beautiful, the music was great. You know, yeah. It wasn't like a mind-blowing experience, but it was an excellent game, yeah. I didn't like the older ones, though, God of War, just so we are clear. I wasn't a big fan. I liked them quite well, but I wasn't like a huge, you know, oh my god, God of War, you know. So maybe there was less expectations for me. Oh yeah, absolutely, Arion, for sure. Mainstream gaming is a very, very different thing than what we think it is. We think mainstream gaming is God of War, right? Look at the Call of Duty numbers. For instance, for starters, look at Call of Duty numbers. That's mainstream gaming already. And then you look at Fortnite. That's mainstream gaming. And then you look at mobile gaming. Candy Crush. That's mainstream gaming. That is actually proper mainstream gaming, right? So, I don't know. Yeah, Brainy? I didn't feel that way at all. Like, I really enjoyed it. Yeah. I thought the story was neat. The characters were awesome. But, yeah, you know, to each their own, of course. And a lot of people would agree with you, right? Like, I think Cody would, for the most part, agree with you. Not sure about the random game with the God of War slapped on it. That I'm not sure, but the generally just not that great of an experience. So I think I can get the sheet now, right? Gain a new item, the sheet music. That's the way you compute tonight. I would love to hear that played. Oh, we will. The way you compute tonight. Okay. But yeah, all this to say that, you know, as far as I understand now, because we're talking about, you know, porting games to PC. As far as I understand now, a big factor and that's purely speculation on my part, to be perfectly transparent there. A big factor in porting Horizon Zero Dawn and God of War to PC, in my opinion, was that there was a sequel coming out. Which means, in addition of, you know, those being huge games that were likely to sell enough to justify the port on PC, they would also serve as marketing for the sequels, because streamers were gonna go back on it, people would hear the hype and play them again, and then, oh shit, the second one's coming out on PS5. I'ma get me one of those PS5s, you know, and potentially get my PSN account and give my data to Sony and all of that. I think that was a part of the consideration, right? It's a big game, so it's gonna justify the cost, and it's gonna do a lot of marketing for us, for the sequels. So, you know, what about the Days Gone port? That's an interesting one. Might have been an easy port that felt like it could recoup some of the costs because the game flopped originally. I don't know. I mean, again, I'm purely speculating, right? It just feels like I remember clearly having that conversation in Naz's channel when Horizon was ported, and I was like, oh, this is a thing to, you know, promote the release of the second. Or I don't know which game I was talking about, and I remember saying like, you'll see the next big one they're gonna port is gonna be God of War when the second one's announced, and that happened like pretty much like a couple of weeks after that. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It felt, you know, it could be completely coincidental, but it feels Spider-Man just coming out on PC. Second one's geared up for next year. You know. The only exception is Days Gone so far that I can really, you know, tell. They also ported they only ported 4 as far as I know. And The Last of Us 1 remakes coming on PC, but not 2. You know, want to keep people interested in getting that PS5 for the second one. But yeah, Uncharted 4 was ported for sure. I don't think the first 3. But you know, the movie was coming out and everything. I don't know. You know, it's they're on the Uncharted games are on Game Pass. Oh, are they? Maybe then. I'm not sure then. I know they're on the PS Plus thing, but I think I'm not sure. I don't know, Brainy. I'm not saying that. I don't think we'll get Bloodborne 2, and I don't think we'll get Bloodborne on PC. Here's what I think, actually. I think eventually we'll get a remake, because eventually at some point, you know, it's going to be remade. The way things have been going, I doubt it wouldn't. But the port, I'm not sure. Yeah, no, I think the first 3 Uncharted are still exclusives. I think only 4 was ported. I don't know. AAA studios suck at making games, so they just remake old ones. Well, I would say that's a bit unfair, but, you know. It's definitely good enough, financially speaking, that they're doing it quite often. I don't think they suck at making games. There's pretty good AAA games coming out these days, isn't it? I know what you were saying, by the way. I'm just, you know. Is there? I don't know. I mean, arguably God of War is a good game. Like, whether you like it or not, it's hard to say that it's not, right? I think... I don't know. I mean, I don't think... There's a lot of games that I didn't like Horizon, for instance. That's I still think can be considered a good game. I think it's considered AAA as well. Ghost of Tsushima probably is part of that category. I don't know. I mean, you know. Yeah, what Captain Dax is saying is true. One could argue that the new Assassin's Creed games are good games. I don't like them personally, but they're well-made video games, so to speak. But then we can, you know, argue that almost everything I just mentioned are sequels. That's another question, right? How many AAA originals are coming out? That's a different conversation, of course. I guess Elden Ring is considered in that category, but... I haven't looked anything about that Saints Row thing, but... Yeah, Dax, for sure, for sure. See you later, Dominic. Alright, let's give him the sheet music. The way you compute tonight. That's a nice one. Hear me out. How many people tried to sing with the everyone who was here tried to sing with the song, I'm pretty sure. What's up, Lobster? This is The Way You Compute tonight. Wait. Oh, I was thinking the PS5 controller stopped vibrating when I put it on my table. I was like, wait, does it actually feel like when it's picking up, when it's being picked up, and it only vibrates when you pick it up? That would have been wild. And why is that not a thing, by the way? This controller can clearly tell when it's being moved around and picked up, right? Why does it not stop vibrating when you put it down? That would be a function to save battery and shit. Yeah, why isn't that, right? It can clearly tell when it's being picked up. Like, those things are so sensitive, you know? Like the movement and everything. Weird. How is this enjoyable? You mean the song, Naz? This is a gem. I'm loving it. An out-of-tune jam that couldn't make these sounds on an instrument like this? Sure, yeah! It's awesome. It sounds like what I imagined those robots would make music sound like. It's janky, it's a, you know... It's not a guitar, it's like a jerry can with a fucking guitar neck on it. It's awesome. It's a bit out of tune. There's definitely some, you know... Those strings need to be tuned, for sure. But... It comes together nicely, but yeah. Yeah, like Dex said, it's intentionally out of tune, for sure. Yeah, third mask. I don't know. Maybe it's something that Jacob Collier would listen to and be like, oh no, that's not out of tune, it's just experimenting with different harmonizing. Is he gonna... Oh, if he keeps playing when I'm hanging out, that's awesome. Or can I ask him to change his tune or something? Oh, he's just gonna jam out. Oh. Aww. Wait, did I actually get to the end of the song, or was it just because I left? Thank you for the music. I will practice. Do you think I can find... You can find more? Oh, can you not play again? Oh, we only get one chance. I wanted him to keep jamming when I was moving around. It's gonna be hard to beat Last of Us 2 guitar playing. Dude, I spent so long trying to actually play songs on that guitar. And I actually got pretty close with certain songs. But then I went on YouTube. And people were doing like actual fucking impressive shit with that. Like, people mastered that shit, dude. Like, to a level that you cannot even imagine. Are Brainy and Naz still arguing about Dark Souls 2? Holy shit. Not at all? Can you not read? I saw you were arguing about Dark Souls 2 and Elden Ring earlier. I stopped reading. Now you're talking about the music? Oh, okay. You found a different thing to argue about. Great. Bunch of cunts, I swear. Chroma Green. Neko... Plants? Grow in the... Neko plants. Grow in the dark. You don't need the sun to enjoy nature. Isn't that reassuring? Not even arguing? Alright. Alright. Keep it that way. Okay. Oh, there's an apartment there. Wait, is that the actual place up which I need to go? No, it's up there. Okay. I want to make sure I go to the place I'm supposed to go last. Do you also do that, guys, when you're playing video games? Like, make sure you go to the place you need to go last? Naz hurts the robot's feelings? Aw. Aw, they like me. Dude. Can I actually... Aww. What's the difference between a guitar and a fish? You can tune a guitar, but you can't tune a fish. That's bad even for you. Rico, all the weird stuff always happens to you, mate. I don't dare leave our village. It's too dangerous. Besides, the guardian's the only one who can open the door. I need to find a geek. Zach. I left it in the streets, and the next day the Zergs had consumed it completely. That's crazy, right? They can eat everything. Wait, I want to know what they say about the... Another picture of the outside. Get out of here. Get out of here with that stuff. It's all nonsense. That's a pretty picture. Fake, but pretty. Right, Dread? Insane, right? The way they managed to go around, you know, work around the limitations of the guitar by just quickly changing the scales and everything. It's just, dude. Can we ban lobster? No. Lobster just needs a bit of attention, as he always does. And some love, you know? Just give him love and attention and he'll be fine. He's like a houseplant. Or something. You don't deserve either. Oh, come on, Lobster. Don't play that card. I did $10 already. That's why I'm not doing it again. Oh, I'm gonna... Oh. Dude doesn't like me, I don't think. Oh my god, I'm never gonna finish this game. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna look at each and every single one of the objects in this game. Like, someone has to. So many people like Naz just ignore the work of beautiful artists. Someone has to look at that. No? It's... some more of that cuvée synthétique. So, benzène in French is actual fuel. So this is interesting. What is that? I really wish you could press the trigger more or less to get like a less of a zoom sometimes. You know, benzène in French is fuel. Since most of the words in this game are French, I'm assuming there's consistency there. Somehow. Another picture of those people. What is that? Rum and... oh my god, dude. I cannot believe they just did this. How do we time out the game? It's fucking ramen soup. Ram. You know? Oh, Arion, you would have loved yesterday. We were looking at all kinds of old hard drives. There was an old Sound Blaster in the game. It was beautiful. I hate this so much. Oh, Naz. Do they really consume this? Their original design didn't have a digestive system. Maybe they somehow evolved by mimicking humans? Do you think I should try some of it? I do not want to be disrespectful of their ways. The hell's that music all of a sudden? Alt F4? I'm on PS5. I cannot Alt F4 in this case. Could just, you know, close game, but... that's actually a jam. Nice. Wow, Brainy. The lack of sound is a bit disconcerting. Sheet music! What's up, Jesus? That's Tomorrow's. I would love to hear that played. Oh, we will. We will. Carl. Carl. This is a newspaper from the people living above on level 2. It's a few years old, but it's something to read. The people living on level 2? Are we talking about actual people, or...? I'm pretty sure that's gonna be the... It might be the song that gets covered. Rainy, we'll see. What is that? A beach? I've never heard of that in my whole life. Alright. Human personnel only. Interesting. I really wonder what happened between the... You know... There was a period of time where humans and robots, autonomous, lived alongside each other, and I have a feeling that a lot of shit happened, right? We know there was a pandemic at some point. I'm not sure exactly what the timing on that was, but... Oh, come on! Can you not aim? Nope, 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 nope. Wait, are those... Those are the balls you get from those machines, right? To get toys from them. Wiffle balls? Is that what it's called? Dude, am I this good, or is just... It felt like everything was attracted to the holes. There we go. If that wasn't an achievement, I'll be mad. Oh, what is that? Oh, damn it. Yeah, I think it did for the most part, Jesus. At least on my end, it's perfect. I think the capture might have some little hiccups here and there, but I think that's part of, you know, what capturing a game is, right? Maybe it's my computer is just sometimes struggling a bit, but I've heard it's, like, people have not complained. Most people seem to be saying that it's relatively smooth, so... Like, you would have to look for the hiccups to see them, so I'm okay with that, I think. Cat butt, by the way. Yep. Just want to look at that bottle of alcohol there. Jean Bulbe. Jean Bulbe Gold. Like, see, right now I'm looking and it's perfectly smooth on my end, but I can tell, like, the preview is chugging along a bit. That's not smooth when I'm looking at the preview. I'm not sure how it is on stream, but... Looks fine for you. Maybe it's just a preview then? I don't know. Preview in OBS isn't trustworthy. Okay, okay, okay. Well, if that's the case, I'm absolutely okay with that. I don't care too much about the preview. Cool. Wait, have I... Yeah, I'm sure you guys will let me know if there's issues, right? Oh, there's actually more people in here. Hey, everyone. You want something? Yeah, what about that? The myth of the blue sky. Beautiful concept. Okay. Yeah, brainy for sure. Aw, the barman likes me. It's so funny how every time one of them smiles when I'm meowing, I'm like, aw. I feel super pleased, you know? Alright, let's see. Did I just hack the thing? Well, I mean B12. How you liking this, Naz? Those robots definitely have unique taste in music. Is he jamming his legs since I started the music, or was that already before? Why am I so happy just jumping over someone? Wait, I can't do anything with him? Aw. Take his hat and run. I wish I could. I can just jump over. Oh, jump through him apparently. Oh wow, okay. Robot oil. I'm still looking for some of that super extra oil. I think I've seen a store with the name on it, but... You're new around here. What can I do for you? Oh, this is a nice picture of the outside. Momo is a real fan of that myth. You should show it to him. His flat is all the way up the area. Look for an orange neon sign. Very old binary code. You have to find a real geek to read this. Music sheet, I don't play any instruments. Okay, same as everyone else. I don't know, 10 bucks. I don't think so. And I'll explain why I didn't think so, because the music is... There's sound occlusion, right? See? You can hear that it's... There's sound occlusion, like when you go behind a wall or... Was that the music we heard before? I'm not sure. It's the same, right? Yeah, yeah. But it's not out of tune, yeah. I like the guitar version better too. I don't know why. It's just... What a jam. Holy crap. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Venom. It's more, it feels more, you know, in a weird way, it feels more human. Even though it's not. You might want to see a yeah, if the actual music gave you a headache, you might want to see a doctor about that, but... I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm progressing through this game at a pace that makes me question even the usage of the word progressing. But I gotta take it all in. Like, I love all of this. I want to explore that world, like, to the fullest, actually. Yeah, I think we've heard most of it at this point. Never mind. New gems. This sounds a bit like an old Super Mario 2 music. With different sounds, but like the same type of melody. Yeah, Tommy, thank you. Appreciate it. Same, Venom. Appreciate it. I'm glad, you know, that you guys are resonating with that pace and... I don't know, Dax, it seems... I feel like I'm not going around a loop. Like, it's like there's a random chance of picking something. But it's actually not going in a certain order. Because I'm hearing stuff that I haven't heard before. And I heard twice the same song. I don't know how it works, but... It's definitely longer than 10 seconds, it feels like. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry, I'm just... I'm ignoring the puns at this point. Jacob, Employee of the Month, September XX27. So 2211 was the last time humans, as far as I know, the last human stuff that I found was 2211 on the labels and the calendars. But then one of the robots mentioned being like so many 100 years old. So who knows which year we're in right now, right? I'm thinking right now we're in 25, 27 maybe, something like that, based on the age of that other person. We'll see. Maybe we'll learn more. No. Wait, so where did I go? Okay, I went up there and then down and... Okay. You do look like... You do look a little like a Zerk. From far away, at least. They look and sound cute. But don't be fooled. Those things chew through metal. They're terrifying. Oh, is that the outside that Momo keeps talking about? Only a real geek. Music sheet, don't play instruments. Okay. Fair enough. Translate. Barterman, Super Spirit Laundry, Grandma Clothing, Elliot Programming. That's the cunt I need to find. Okay, so there's programming and stuff here. Cool. Well, let's investigate this and then we'll go back, I guess. First of all, that was where I entered the window. Yeah, okay. I reconnected then. Translate. Elliot Programming. Knock on the door and wait for us to open. Entrance, exit, French. I love their writing. Their alphabet is so cool. Okay, let's knock, I guess. Oh, that's cool. Elliot is a Mr. Robot reference. Okay, I haven't seen it. Oh, cunt! I haven't seen it. I know I should, by the way. I hear it's great. Oh, he wasn't actually paying attention to me. Or he was, but... Oh, okay. I need to wait to be inside to meet him. We were programmed to be slaves. Hey, what's up, Frank? Thanks for the raid, man. Appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome in. Freaking raid. Let's go. How are you doing, man? What were you playing today? Haven't been able. I'm on a weird schedule these days, so I'm not even sure what you're doing anymore. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Isn't that an old game? Isn't that an old game? Or is it like a newer version of it? The 2004 one. Okay, interesting. How are you enjoying it? It's so much fun. Yeah, it's an old classic, right? Aw, Emmy. That's what you get, I guess. And your game crashed. Oh well, okay. Yeah, I remember, man, I remember getting it on PC all the way back and just, you know. That's what I get. Okay, Amy, let's... Alright, alright. Calm down, okay? I'm sorry your game crashed. Better. But yeah, how are you other than that, Frank? Everything good outside of streaming? Life's treating you well? I hope. And what's up, Corgi Clan? Good to see you again, man. Yeah, Labraduck, man, I don't remember... You know, I remember playing it back in the day. I remember... there was a mechanic to bite people, I think. I remember bits and pieces of how it looked, like that old school 3D thing, you know, but... I don't know. Mostly good. Bit tired. Well. Anyway, thanks for, you know, dropping you people over. Hi everyone. I assume most of your viewers have heard of me by then, since you've raided me a few times, but... Appreciate you guys being around. We were programmed to be slaves, but since... 2,544,875... No, wait. 2,544,875,556 days. $6 million and some years? Divided by 100, then divided by 3. Oh, almost 8 actually. Wait. Well, no, 360. Yeah, 7 mil. 7 million. Maybe a bit more. Almost 7. We have a soul. Hope one day the outsiders will find the exit of this hell. Momo. Wait. Whoa. Wait. No. That's not possible. We were programmed to be slaved, but since... There's no way this has been existing for 7 million years. Like, material, like paper, would not survive more than, you know, some of them 1,000 years or even then, you know, like some fabric wouldn't last 1,000 years. Most of the fucking houses would be just dust. Yeah, and guys, remember, no outside information. Even the number of years that Arion posted should be in there. I don't want to know the exact numbers. I'm calculating mentally and, you know. It's not, you know, it's not invitations for backseating and spoilers, right? If I want to know the number, I can get a calculator. I think it's more fun to not. Also, cats would have evolved a lot in 7 million years. We were apes 6 million years ago. I mean, apes still exist, right? It's very possible that, provided this were in an actual 7 million time frame, it's possible that some cats like this would still exist, but another branch of them would have evolved. We were programmed to be slaved, but since so many days, we have a soul. I don't know. I don't get it. Like, the time frame is strange to me. Untitled. I would love to hear that played. Alright. You're here for Elliot. It's just over there. For some reason, Elliot always makes me think of Scrubs. Like, I know most people would probably go to E.T., like older people like me and, you know, my contemporaries, but for me it's always Scrubs immediately. Yeah, Electron. Very few animals stayed exactly the same. The crocodiles is one of them. Interesting. Well, I mean, crocodiles are basically fucking dinosaurs. Like, when you look at them, it's just like... And I know dinosaurs are apparently presumed to have been closer to birds than we think. Feathers and shit, but... Some people try to find an exit in the city. It didn't go well. Okay. And only a real geek can read this. Hopefully Elliot can, right? I don't know, Mask. I don't know how I feel. I think... While I think you have a point, like, I like the idea of being limited to the interactions you had as a cat, I think... I'm glad that I have a way to interface with the world in a way that makes human sense. as the player, you know. To it would have been an interesting exercise for sure. But I mean, arguably it wouldn't dread, because I think what Mask is suggesting is that, well, you can't read the translations or interact with, you know, you would have to do without understanding shit, right? And maybe as the player you try to understand their alphabet based on whatever hints you can find in the world, but as the cat you just don't, right? But there's been some actual dissonance from the beginning, like the cat, you as the player and as the cat understanding like the help me and the signs. You can argue that the cat's just following the pretty lights, but you know. I don't know, I think the game flirts with that dissonance anyway from the beginning, and that's okay with me. I don't look too much into it. I'm just, you know, I'm just glad that I'm able to explore this world, and I still think the fact that I'm a cat plays a pretty interesting role with the way I navigate and the way I, you know, like just here sneaking around the legs of the dude to get in. That was just a, you know, that was an interesting, like yesterday I made that point when I was looking at that door, the gated door. Any other game would have you to run around to find an entrance, right? There you just walk between the bars, and that was awesome. I like that. So I still get the feeling that I'm a cat, like it doesn't remove that. But yeah, I agree, it would have been an interesting exercise to just... Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, that's true, they made plants that grow with no light, so maybe the animals have been worked on a little bit, but let's be careful with flirting with potential spoilers there. Oh, okay, that's a gem. I don't know what Elliot's doing. Is he holding him? I thought he was holding a mouse and just working, but yeah, he looks a bit distressed. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. I'm pretty sure... I have a strong feeling that the alphabet in the game's actually... Like, you could actually translate it if you wanted to. Based on the few translations the the robot gives you, and then you could understand stuff like that, for instance. Yeah, Mask? 7 years? That's wild, because I feel like they announced it not long before it came out. So that's a long time to hold it in, right? And not announce anything. Good on them, though. That's... I like developers that just come out when they have something to show, you know. Another one of those Sound Blasters, Arion. Good old Sound Blaster with the controller port on it. Was announced pretty far ahead of time. Oh, okay, Quasi. I've only heard when, like, they showed that trailer at whatever show was in 2020, I think. But, you know, 2 years is still pretty ahead of time, but... Oh, was that the one then? Because if we're talking, like, you know, a game that's been in development 7 years, I'm surprised they didn't announce it, like, after 1 year or two, right? Which seems to be usually the norm. For fuck's sake, they've announced... Well, I mean, I know it's different, but they've announced Elder Scrolls 6. I'm not even sure the development had started yet. Based on the fact that we haven't seen shit from the game yet. Too busy making another version of Skyrim, I guess. There were videos released before the official announcement. Yeah, like as a work in progress. Maybe before they were even picked up by Annapurna, right? As a like a show of, hey, here's what we're making. Anyone interested? No. They had to announce it though? You mean Elder Scrolls 6? That's arguable, but I guess they did. Even more impressive is the team that made this was 5 people. That only increased from 2 in 2017. Like, just 5 or like 5 actual members and then outsourcing art or... There was a blip there. Graphical blip in the wall. Did you see it? Just 5? That's actually wild. Oh. If I was that geek, I would not be happy with that. This tree is a scientific marvel. It's remarkable that human ingenuity found a way to create plants that thrive without sunlight. Organic life requires trees to purify the city's air. Robots don't need it, but they take care of them anyway. It's what the humans would have wanted. So the robots are actually doing what they think the humans would have wanted. This tells me that there might not have been a conflict between humans and robots. They might actually, the humans might have died from natural causes. Maybe that pandemic we've heard about at the beginning, looking at the posters. And then the robots were just sad about it, maybe? You know, like they were kind of taking care of us and they got attached to us or something and they were just a bit sad that they didn't know what to do and they feel guilty and now they're trying to, you know, maintain whatever we were doing, you know? Elder Scrolls 6 announcement was basically fine, we're making it, now shut up and let us talk about Fallout 76. Yeah, and release 5 more versions of Skyrim too. I wish for a Morrowind 2. The closest thing we got to it was the DLC in Skyrim, right? Which felt a bit Morrowind-like, but... Significant part of the dev's inspiration was Kowloon. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's impressive. I mean, I guess we'll see when the credits roll. Huh? we'll get like the full names, and actually excited for that now. I wanna learn more about those dudes. That card up there. That feels like a graphics card. Maybe, let me... Wish I could see the port better. Not sure. Line phone. Oh, that's a network card. That's a network card. Awesome. Fucking old school network. You remember when we needed to add external network cards in our computers to get the internet or do a LAN? With those coaxial cables that you were running throughout the whole network computers. Ah, dude. Now you go to a LAN and everyone's just connected through Wi-Fi or something. Or, you know, Ethernet through a router. But all the way back with those coaxial cables. Very different. There's a lot of nostalgia nerd shit in there in terms of you know, computers, and look at that. Another pile of RAM and hard drives. And don't call me, I'm on the internet. Yeah. Get out the internet, I need to make a call. Can't you call later? I'm downloading a work for school. As he minimizes the slowly loading picture of Pamela Anderson naked. Yeah, you remember. You remember that happened. Nice keyboard. All the different colors. What you're doing now is how many people wrote their name on Twitch. Just oh, there was a keyboard earlier, Arion, where we could actually write shit on a screen. We didn't manage to get a few words and only random nonsense, but I wonder why we see those cat statues everywhere. I wonder if the cats have a significant role there. Oh my god, those huge ass. You know, video, audio, SCART ports. Holy shit. Coaxial for antenna down there. All the sound and inputs. Yeah, brainy for sure. By the way, is the game sound still synchronized with the audio? I can tell the video is a bit more delayed than it was at the beginning, just slightly, you know, like a few milliseconds maybe. But as long as it's still synchronized with the sound, we should be good. You want to go outside? Well, good luck. It's not going to happen anytime soon. Let's see the... Can you say something about the music? Oh. Look, sounds good. Yeah. I'm also saying those things out loud so I remember to look at them later when I'm studying the VOD. Alright, what can you tell me about the safe? You want me to read this binary code? Just a second. I need to calibrate my lens. Here, it means the fur bar. Strange. Who gives rendezvous via binary code? The fur bar. Maybe the code's in the bar somewhere? Not sure what Elliot is doing right now. Like, he seems to be struggling, right? Yes, can I help you? I mean, he's a nerd. It's because there's no living being with him in the room. Okay, where am I? Okay. Let's Those guys better not drop a paint bucket again, or else Cosma will be ticked off. The outside? Why bother to find it? We're good here. Cosma will be mad if we drop water, huh? Please don't act like a child. I'm not gonna hurt you. Oh, that's the super spirit thing. Laundromat. Archerman, super spirit, Grandma's clothing, Elliot programming. I haven't seen Grandma's clothing yet. Announcement. I'm looking for any sheet of music to play the guitar to add some ambience. If you find any, bring them back to me. I live near the elevator. Sure. Yeah, I've never... I heard Mr. Robot was really, really good, but never got around to watching it. That was with Rami Malek, right? This feels a bit dangerous around here. Yep. Cool. Rip humans with a heart. Humans were the first residents around here. It seems that they're all dead now. What do you think it feels like being dead? Oh god, B12, come on. The cat was inspired by the founders, Cats, Riggs, and Murtaugh. What's up, Shadow? I think we're about to, yeah. What do you think it feels like being dead? What's up, BQQ? Yeah, the audio was awesome. I know it's silly coming from me, but are they actually at peace? As a cat, you only start thinking about that when you're down to 3 or 2 lives. Come on, B12. Hey, who knows? Maybe he's on his last one. We don't know. Will I be at peace when I... Will I be at peace when I die? I don't know what death feels like for an AI. You know what? Okay. Oh. That dude scared me there. Holy shit. So, thematically speaking, there's something interesting there. That B12 is wondering about death and what it feels like. Because I've speculated before, and I still am, that B12 might actually be the scientist he claimed to be working for. I think he might have uploaded himself to his computers as a way to prevent death, potentially. In which case it's very interesting that thematically we're going back to that, right? I don't know, but it's something that I, you know, that I'm thinking and maybe forgot that that's what happened, you know, over time. I'm really liking it, yeah, Shadow. Quite a lot. I'm sorry, I didn't want to break the mood. Let's move on. Oh, alright, that's how it works. You decide when we move on. Don't hesitate to call me anytime. I'm here to help. Oh, sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Why do you think it feels like being dead? What do you guys think it feels like being dead? I know a lot of people, pragmatic people, probably think just like when you weren't born yet, which makes sense from a purely physical point of view. And I think there's merit to that idea. I'm not a very religious. I'm not a religious person at all myself. I think I have some slight spiritual tendencies, but not too much. I'm still going with my theory that you've probably all heard about because I told it twice. And there were quite a few people here when I did. I'm going with my theory of the fractions of instant just before we die are in a perception of time that is so very different and so extended and so stretched that we actually never really think that we never really experience nothing anymore. We just get stretched into this permanent state of dying, and our memories and hallucinations and, you know, that's what I'm thinking. I don't actually know if I'm thinking that like realistically, but that's what I think that would be nice, and it's a nice way to reconcile the idea that there's something more than just nothing, while still being within the context of what's scientifically possible, you know? What's up, Venezuela? How are you, dude? You're saying we might all just be dying right now? I'm not sure about that. No. Like, so, for instance, you know, I do believe there's nothing. Yes, after death. I do believe there's nothing. The pre-born scariness I had conceived since about 10 years old. What? Pre-born scariness? Tell me about that. I'm interested. But so, for instance, you know, like, the people who died before me right now are nothing, right? They're actually dead. However, what I'm trying to explain, the concept that I'm referring to is that idea that we know the perception of time can stretch and change based on a lot of things, right? When we're dreaming or sleeping, our perception of time is completely different than when we're awake, and our perception of time while being awake is very different when you have your finger stuck in a door or when you're having sex, for instance, right? It's completely different perceptions of time. So now what I'm postulating is potentially when we're just dying or about to die, our brains go in such a crisis of chemicals and, you know, physical reactions that our perception of time is stretching and stretching and stretching and stretching and stretching to almost infinite, you know, to an infinite rate, more or less. And we're experiencing memories coming back, hallucination, imagination, like all kinds of stuff that are just jumbled together and put together, and but we experience it as if, of course, we're experiencing it as if real time, because we're, you know, like dreaming, so to speak. But the actual time outside is just a fraction of a millisecond, right? Just before we die. And I think that experience might stretch for however long. it is. Maybe there's an end to it, maybe not. And maybe that's, you know, that can reconcile the idea of actual physical nothingness and proper death, and the idea that some people have in near-death experiences experienced sort of an afterlife of some kind. You know, there's been, you know, that could be explained totally differently, by the way. I'm not saying that, you know, it hasn't, there's no other explanations, but it could reconcile all those things together. We basically create that world in our head when we're dying, right? And the time stretches to almost infinity, so we're just experiencing this as a sort of afterlife. Maybe it feels extremely real, even when we're there. So I don't know if, you know, I'm just, that's pure, I'm a writer, you know, I speculate and I make up stuff, right? That's pure sci-fi speculation, of course, but I don't know, I like it. I think it's a neat concept, and I think it works. Scientifically speaking, I don't think it's completely broken. So, I don't know. Alright, let's get the other energy drink. Whoa! Alright. Cool. The little audio cues are awesome. I love it. There's quite a few things to do here instead of just going straight to the objective. I'm liking that. I'm not expecting it's gonna keep offering that much exploration in every, you know, further story location, but... Oh. I can't run there. Huh, it's weird. That little segment here, I couldn't run. I was forced to walk. Did I miss something? Yeah, maybe Venom, for sure. You know, it could... Like, what I'm describing now is something that seems very peaceful and interesting. Maybe sometimes it's pure hell. Like, we're actually experiencing, you know, like... I haven't done drugs or anything, but what I'm assuming could be compared to a bad trip, right? Maybe some... Can you imagine? Like, if it's a sort of... Oh, dude. If it's a sort of lottery, like, maybe you get lucky and you get, like, to experience something awesome with good memories and good thoughts and positive vibes and feels like a pure, awesome dream. Or maybe it's like a complete nightmare for the rest of existence. Here you go, guys. Sorry about the existential crisis. You're gonna play the lottery when you die. Hopefully it can change over time. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, Arion, right? It's... Well, the good news is every single one of us, more than likely, will get to know the answer one day. And maybe the answer will be the lack of answers. There's something scary but also reassuring in knowing that this is something will eventually... I'm trying to set myself up in a way that once death comes, I go about it with curiosity rather than fear. As a way of, well, you know, life, I've experienced that. That was neat. Now, I'm curious to see what's next. Let's see if something happens or not. I'm kind of trying to set myself up for that mindset, you know, because while I'm not necessarily scared of death, I'm not excited about it. I'm like, you know, I like life quite a bit. But I also think from being familiar, you know, being close to death a couple of times now in my life, that it feels like before you arrive, well, I mean, in cases of sickness, of course, I can't speak for everything else, but in cases of sickness, you get basically sent to another world with drugs and stuff way before you can realize that you're actually dying, right? Like you come to terms with your mortality in the years or months or weeks that precede when you realize that, well, that we might be getting there now, but then, you know, like the final moments, you're already gone because they're making you feel comfortable and at peace with drugs, so... But what I'm saying is, I'm talking about the before that, you know, like the moments where you realize that, you know, you were slowly getting there. I think approaching it with curiosity could be better than approaching it with fear. I'm hoping that I'll get there in time. It's okay, you can leave. The Guardian said it was not the Zergs. I think the most plausible thing is that there's nothing after death, and I prefer to face the most likely... Yeah. And again, I definitely... I am very pragmatic. I definitely think there's nothing after death. What I was referring to before was really those, you know, the idea of an instant before death that stretches to infinity in terms of your perception of it. When it's actually not, you know, like in proper real time, it's just a fraction of an instant, you know. And both are, you know, reconcilable, I guess is the word. That's Grandma's clothing store, right? She wasn't there before. I remember seeing the mannequins and everything. Grandma clothing. What's up, Grandma? Aw, Grandma loves us, of course. Of course she does. Yeah, Arion, for sure, man. It is, it is. I do love knitting. So far I've knitted 478 miles of scarves. It's something to do. That's a lot of kilometers. How's life as a cat? It's awesome, Nogger. I love it. Actually liking it very much. If you bring me some electric cable, I could make you a poncho. You inspire me, but it's not easy to find the right material around here. Oh, I will, Grandma. I'm all about finding that poncho now. That electric cable. For which I need the super thing. Yeah. Ceradex! Welcome back, man. Thank you for 10 months. Tier 1. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Old school subs right there. Hope you're doing well, dude. Thank you. Bit peculiar to... It looks a bit peculiar to be real, though. Been lurking, busy with work. How are you? I'm doing alright. Thank you. Playing this game on PS5 right now. Really enjoying it. Love Grandma. She's awesome. Aw. Hello there. Oh. Okay. Grandma made these clothes. Pretty stylish, no? Yes, they are. Ah, blue sky. That would be so weird. You want something? Oh, you're one of those outsiders like Momo. Well, good luck with that. Okay, Jesus. All right, we need to find the laundromat again. Super dry, super thing. There's the bar. I need to go back in the bar for the code is somewhere in there. Where's the super spirit? Right here. Okay. I need to get in there. I just love that to enter, you gotta scratch the doors. Are you one of the troublemakers playing with the paint buckets on the roof? Keep your paint away, I'm tired of cleaning my stoop because of your mess. Ah. I need to get some paint buckets to drop so that this cunt comes out and I can get in. Cool, cool, cool. This is really cool. Again, I'm fully, like... I totally get why Naz didn't like this. Based on, you know, his taste in game and everything. But I'm so vibing with it, personally. It's the building where Momo is, right? Yeah. Those circles of light are pleasing to watch, but I want to see the real sky one day. Here's a picture. The outside? Momo told me it'd get there one day. I wonder if it's... yeah. Really wonder what this if it's a dome like over the city only, or if it's something that covers the entire Earth somehow. There's so much to explore in this place. This is insane. I wonder if it says miles in every language. Not sure, yeah. Why does the cat sound like a chicken? What do you mean? It's a cat? What do you mean like a chicken? The cat hasn't done any sound that doesn't sound to me like a cat so far. What kind of chickens have you seen? Yeah. This is so cool. I wonder how far the camera is going. It's a defense mechanism against Naz. Good point. Yes. Oh my god. Dude, goosebumps all over my body right now. So rewarding for having just waited. That's a game that understands me. being rewarded for just waiting. Oh my god. That was insane. What a shot too. Like you can see the little guys work on the ride and just, oh my god. What a beautiful fucking game. And that music, by the way, my favorite of the entire game so far. So beautiful. Like that tugged at my heartstrings really hard. This is just fucking great, man. What a beautiful shot. Oh, I'm so glad it zooms in, you know, smooth. It doesn't like cut to you when you press the button to stand up again. Can I recreate that? Is it gonna do it again? I'm totally up for waiting another minute there to get it again. And yes, I absolutely want to go back to the other sleeping spot to see if it creates something like that again. Maybe not though, that's a unique one, you know, like on the roofs and just zoom out and everything. I just love, like, you can hear the city's atmosphere and the cat purring, and the cat, of course, slowly gets away so you don't hear the purring, but you hear the sounds in the city change based on your position that's moving. And then suddenly that music that just kicks in. Totally did not expect that. And the fact that you can feel the purring in the controller is awesome. What's up, Toxic? So good. So good. Love it. What a beautiful, beautifully crafted game. Now, I've been wanting to do this since the fucking cutscene started there. There, I feel better. Oh, there's a bucket to come back down. Nice. I noticed, yeah, down there. Wasn't it toxic? Yeah, for sure, man. I was just... So here's another thing too, you know, like normal game, you'd climb the ladder, right? But just the fact that in this you have to find a different path, it is... I don't know, it does something for me in terms of how I explore the world. It's making me look at the world in a very different way than I would if I was playing a human. Ooh. What's in there? I'm not at the orange thing, right? No, no, no. I want to make sure I'm not, you know... Oh, look at that. I'm not a cat person, I am a cat. I don't know, maybe in a different life. Tohima. Guessing that's supposed to be Toshiba. News? Hold on. They actually have news? Oh, I wonder, okay, we're in the slums, right? Are there actual, like, robots living in a proper, nice society up there? Huh. Oh, I can change the channel! That's a city? Elevator? Oh, we're in the slums and then up there. Oh, okay. I think I understand. Wait, is that the elevator there or... No, that's too close. So that's something else. There's definitely houses up there, isn't there? There's buildings for sure. Dude, this... Oh my god. None of you read my book because it's in French, so you don't understand, but... This is so reminiscent of one of the settings in my books. With slums and a cliff. With a literal elevator. Much jankier than this one, but that leads to an old ruins of a city above the cliffs. This is so fucking reminiscent of that. It doesn't exactly, like, it's not exactly how I imagine the town. Far from it, but it definitely brings out the same type of themes and... So this is very interesting. A game show? Okay. There's a game show happening. Maybe they're French, that's true. No, they started before I... How long ago did the book come out? The first one came out in 2019, the second one in 2021. And while they're different stories, both have a portion of the stories that take place in the same area, which is precisely the side of the cliffs with the town and everything, so... It's... No, I don't think they did, but it's probably shared inspirations. Final Fantasy VII was definitely one of the inspirations for the area with the city above and the, you know, the... Except it was presented with, not like with a plate, but with a cliff and an elevator allowing to get up there. And it's probably shared inspirations more than actual them reading the book. Of course. Although the fact that they're French could, you know... There's always a chance one of them read it, but, you know... I would much more think not. Are they exploring the... like, looking at the stars? What's happening there? It's a sitcom, I'm sure, but... It's a part-time? How are you doing today? Good to see you. Zero. Is that a TV, like a... It looks like a music video, this one. There's so many channels, what the fuck? That okay, that's something that tells me there's some fucking care that went into this game. Well, not that I had any doubt based on the experience so far, but they could have gotten away with just having one channel, right? When I pressed the button, I was fully expecting it to just turn off. But no, there's like a full fucking series of things going on. And I'm sure a lot of them are references that I'm missing, probably. And worry part-time? You know. I'm glad you had a... You were able to... Well, I mean, okay, sorry, I misread what you said. I'm sorry you got caught up with work stuff. I thought you said you were catching up with work and you were done. Yeah, I'm glad you could make it. Those 5-hour streams... Well, today was shorter, but yeah, I was gonna say they go by way faster than... I wish they did, but this isn't a good vibe. I'm glad I went back to 5 hours. 6 was nice for Dark Souls 2, you know, it's more of a... You know, those games that allow for... Longer games require a bit more hours. Those shorter experiences, like Outer Wilds, this... I'm glad we're back to 5. I think it lends itself well to shorter shows. Makes it last a bit longer too, and I like the slower pace and still taking a couple days, you know. And yeah, I think Returnal will start with 5 and see where we go from there. But I clearly remember the Outer Wilds, where at the end I started doing 5-hour shows. That was when I felt the best in terms of the timing of the shows. And then somehow Dark Souls, you know, wanted me. I felt like doing 6 would be better for progression, but that's when I started to get tired and sleep not enough. So I think 5 hours should be my. Well, I mean, you never know. I might move back to 6 for Dark Souls 3, or we'll figure it out when we get there. But I think 5 hours if I can start on time, and yeah. Right now, 5 feels good. I will start with 5 for Returnal. I found my home. That's it. I'm never moving from here. There are spiders, by the way, in this world. I remember seeing one, but I didn't, you know, take note of it. Roll the credits, that's it, yep. And the fucking music, dude. We live here now, yep. Gotta stand in my little pile of books. Gotta meow a bit. You can sit down. Yep, there we are. Yep. Oh, you can see where I am. It's basically a library. Yeah, part-time for sure. We actually were talking about that today with my mom briefly, because she's doing some sorting out of, you know, clothes, my grandma's clothes, to, you know, give them out to Red Cross and everything. And you know, of course, it's a bit of an emotional. Oh, I cut the books down. Fuck. It's a bit of an emotional situation, you know, like getting rid of the clothes you're used to seeing your mother and grandmother in. But and we were talking about the books, because she has a lot of old books that I will probably never read. They're not my, you know, the kind of books that I like to read, but some old leather-bound classics, and the conclusion I came to was, like, do not do anything with them right now. I'll take some time to think if I want to sort them out. If I want to keep some and give some to libraries, or, you know, book boxes or whatever. We have book boxes, are like, they look like old phone booths, except there's books in there, and basically you can put them back. And how many books? I don't know, like a couple of hundreds, I would say, which would be a small portion of my collection. But I'm considering, you know, I was considering just keeping them for the sake of keeping her books. You know, those were her books, and it's a good memory for me. I remember seeing her read every night all my life, and just, I always loved going to those books when I was a kid, even though I didn't want to read them, but I liked the fact that they were old leather-bound books, you know, and I could open them and feel the paper, and it was part of my love for books, right? So I'm thinking of just keeping them and having like a corner of my, whenever I find a permanent living situation, I'll have a pretty big library. I have, like, I don't know, like close to 2,000 books, I think. So I'm hoping to have a nice wall or two, and, you know, and I think keeping a corner with her old books would be a nice addition, visually speaking, and just as a sort of memory, you know. And maybe some days, maybe I'll want to read some of them, you know. There's a few less interesting ones, like you know, she also has like, you know, mass market or paperbacks of like romance books that I'm not really interested in, that are not very beautiful books. You know, those I'll probably sort out and give away, but to libraries or book boxes. But those letter books, like those collections, I'm definitely gonna keep them, I think. Oh, he's actually dead. Oh, I thought he was falling asleep reading, but he's actually dead. Or stopped. Wonder if we'll have a conversation with B12 about that. There's a book with a cat paw on them. These robots, or there was something about cats at some point. I'm thinking this is a robot book because of the alphabet on it. But I've seen cat statues everywhere. However, none of them recognized me when I showed up. Like, if they had something with cats, they should be like, oh my god, cat! You know? They thought I was a Zerg. So, I don't know, I feel like there's something. Yeah, part-time? Nice, nice. My grandmother also has a big encyclopedia, which I'm gonna keep, of course. Yeah. What's up, Thomas? How are you, man? I know when Thomas comes in, it's pretty much an hour left in the stream every time. It's my indicator. I love this place so much. I cannot express how much I love this place. I mean, I guess I have in a way, but with the conversation we just had, but... This is so fucking well designed. It's so awesome. I can feel like I'm there. I can smell the old leather and paper. Whoops. I'm making a mess. I'm sure this is somewhere that I'm supposed to go to later in this, like for story reason. There's no way they would have just put this as a purely optional thing. Like it's way too detailed and beautiful. How to develop your artificial intelligence in order to be as creative as a real human. Volume 42. Self-help books for robots. How fucking amazing is that? Oh, that's very saturated there. I wonder why it's speaking so much. Has to be a problem with the... I don't think it's the capture, because like none of the other loud sounds saturate like this. I don't know. I thought I was gonna push the books down, maybe to find a book to translate or something. This is a vibe, holy crap. Yep, this is it. This is my endgame. I am a library cat now. There's a library, an old bookstore in Fribourg when I was a kid. I don't know if it exists anymore, but there was a cat there. There was a little window open. You could go in and out. Broken String Theory. Broken String Theory. That's an interesting book title. The Great Bolt Shortage. Cuvée synthétique, a bit more of that. Hey, Brucey. Oh my god, look at this shot, dude. Piano 2, Close to Heaven right now? Yeah, yeah. I was waiting to see if there was like a different music or, you know. It seems like it added some vibes. I don't know if it was just pure timing and luck. But the little extra notes were definitely nice. Oh, can I scratch the leather? Oh, dude, I had a sofa and a chair that looked exactly like this when I was younger. Well, my grandma did, actually. It was her place, so. Alright, Toxic. Enjoy, man. Books in the fridge. Of course, they don't eat food. They're robots, right? They just... Oh! There's a safe in there. Oh my god, what a dream. Look at that. Little nuke? Just to sleep and shit? Oh. I want to live. I actually want to live there. Like, real life, not just... I want to live in this place. Just fill the fridge with actual food and drinks, you know, but... I'm guessing this guy lived here? Maybe just passed? Expired? Whatever that is for robots, like running out of battery or something. Look at that old boombox up there, radio. Oh man, I still remember the feel of those buttons. Like those old school slider buttons and whatever. On those old clunky metallic radios before they made everything out of plastic. This game, I did not at all expect that this game would have such a high dose of nostalgia. I thought, you know, like futuristic type world, desolated, that much I got from what I had, you know, gotten from the announcement trailer. I did not expect for it to have so much 90s nostalgia, which is... It's just oozing 80s and 90s nostalgia, like, you know, early 90s, I would say. Well, some of the equipment is more, the computers and screens are more like mid to late 90s. But those are some like late 80s, early 90s. But basically that era that I grew up in, right? So this is just awesome. This is so much more than I hope it would be. I'm so happy right now. And I'm glad to share. I'm glad to be able to share this. This is awesome. So what's the story so far with the game? I've only seen the beginning. So we were hanging out with our friend Cats. And then we fell down to the lower parts of the city. Actually, at the beginning, I could see the fucking sky in the rain. Now that I'm thinking about it. I was up there with the rain and everything. So I don't remember if I could see the proper sky, but it was raining. So I'm assuming, or maybe it's artificial rain, like created by whatever that dome is. That's very possible too. I don't remember. But anyway, so and we fell down to the lower city. And then made our way to... There's sort of weird parasitic creatures, the Zerk, that have infested a lot of the land down there. They look like little crab spiders or whatever. And then we found a village of robots, which is what we're exploring now. And apparently one of my goals is going to be to find a way to the surface. Whatever that is. Like the outside, as they call it. You see the, you know, nature and the sky. But so far, you know, that I haven't really moved too much in the story, to be fair. If you've seen yesterday, I made no progress in the actual story. I've just been exploring and looking at the environments. We know the humans likely disappeared at some point. I've seen hints of something about a pandemic happening. Apparently the robots were friends with humans at some point, like working alongside and helping them, and they seem to have some sort of sadness for the passing of the humans. They're at least trying to make sure they maintain whatever the humans did back in the day, like the plans and the knowledge and whatever. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. And the robots think the outside is a myth. Yes, well, a few of them do. Some believe it's impossible to get there. Some believe it's a myth, and others are convinced we'll get there someday. Yeah. You haven't missed much. I've been just... This was a very Daniel stream. Just, you know, finding all the little details and yeah. Hey Doc, I found the key to your safe. You need to be more careful with these. Aha, so... It's not enough to bury your safe behind a bunch of books. Jess, the librarian. I love that. Oh my god, I didn't notice. The fucking lamp. How'd you call that? Like a shade something? Is a traffic cone. What's the name of those? Lampshade. Yeah. Shade. Yeah. It's a traffic cone. Awesome. I really want to make sure I'm not missing anything in there. It's so cool. I wonder if that's Jess, the librarian. She's very rested. If that's her. They're very rested. I should get used to neutral pronouns for the robots, I think. You has cobbler. Nice. I do love the little point and click vibe of the game. Definitely not something I expected. What is that? Take Doc's notebook. Oh my god. It's a strange notebook with a symbol on it. This one seems to belong to someone named Doc. After weeks of research, I've combined a spectrometer with a powerful UV lamp. With this, we should be capable of warding off the Zerks on our way out. They were planning to go out of the city. Needed a way to avoid the Zerks. UV lamp works against the Zerks. They were only able to develop and proliferate because of the lack of the sun. They couldn't exist when the sun was there because, well, I mean, they're, you know. It's probably a... I wouldn't be surprised if it's some sort of bacteria or something that evolved from... What if... Okay. What if the Zerks are the evolution of whatever bacteria or virus killed... What created the pandemic that killed the human race? And, you know, it was like the sun would be good against them or something. But then there's no sun anymore. So they were able to evolve and turn into, you know, what they are now. A guide to synthetic wine. Right there. Huh. Anyway, let's not get distracted. The initial attempt was explosive. I might have to test it under real conditions. I don't know what this means, but it'll probably be useful later. We should go see that Momo person who Guardian told us about. Is that some oil, like for joints and shit? Or maybe a compressed air to clean oneself. I wonder, is compressed air the equivalent of deodorant for robots? They just, you know, tss. The Four-Eyed Robot. Guide to Synthetic Wine. Quantum Tunneling, a boring book. Quantum Tunneling, a boring book. The Great Bolt Shortage. Void, an essay about nothing. That's cute. Nice. The music stopped. Interesting. Now I wonder if another music or something might start. You would probably read those? Yeah. I would, just straight out of curiosity, you know? Man, this game is a lot more than I thought it was gonna be. This is really cool. I know a lot of people thought the game was a lot less than what I expected because of, you know, they, I guess, expected something with more freedom and more content along... Oh. There's actually a fucking tune. You know what this sounds like? What a funeral music would sound for robots. I haven't seen Les Revenants, but I hear it's from, like, I think Mogwai made the soundtrack, which I'm not surprised. It sounds a bit like this, if that's the case. I love Mogwai. Dude, can we... I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to sleep again. I wanna... This is... Dude. I was wrong before. This is now my favorite track. The other one had a vibe because it was... I did not expect the music when it started, when it was zooming out and everything, you know? So that was a pure moment. But this one, like the actual track here is just fucking brilliant. And with the dead robot here and it's sounding a bit like a funeral music for robots, I think it's very, very interesting, thematically speaking. There's something so nostalgic but beautiful with those tracks. I really like it. If I ever start a band, that will be the title of our first album, Funeral Music for Robots. I think it's a good title, man. Put me in the booklet, right? And this game, this game is made for me, man. That's... It's interesting because a lot of people who thought the game was made for them ended up not liking it too much because of the cat, you know, they wanted the cat thing to be the freedom of being a cat and all of that fantasy, which is not quite there in terms of the movement and everything. I think for Nas, for instance, that was a big issue. And I did not expect much from this game. Not too much. I was just interested in visiting a desolate world as a cat, you know? But the desolate world was the most important part. And turns out I'm getting so much more than this. Like with the music and the nostalgia, the vibe, and everything is so fucking cool. This isn't your only problem. Okay, okay. This isn't a cat game. So okay, you know, of course, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that you cannot talk about because, you know, spoilers, but I still do think that a lot of elements, like the way you traverse the world and go, you know, you find a, like, again, the gate, you know, like the gate with the bars, not having to find a way around, but just go through the fucking things. For me, it was, it's still, I get that cat vibe, but yeah, I understand what you mean, like, not, you know, it doesn't have that freedom you'd expect as a cat. But yeah, for this game, I did not expect this game to be exactly what I was looking for, and it turns out it is. That's... So far, at least, I'm really loving it. The only reason I'm watching someone play Stray is because it's you playing it. Thank you, Kensei. That's good as any reason. Also, hi, Chakra. I don't know. I know I reacted to what you said with the name, but I don't know if I said hi. Hope you guys are doing well. Any new information about... No, okay, it's the same text. Okay. I want to observe it, though. I want to turn it around. This is a bit of a low-res can compared to what I've been used to in this game so far. Dragons! Yeah, I don't know. I'm really, really vibing with it to just like that's what I like, right? I love games, and I think, you know, looking back at Outer Wilds and what I really loved about Outer Wilds in many respects was, and of course, you know, the actually solving Outer Wilds was interesting, but the whole, and I'm not gonna go into spoilers or anything, don't worry, but the whole, let's investigate what happened in the past with those ruins, you know? That was the starting point of Outer Wilds, right? Ruins of an old civilization. What's up with that? I love doing that. That's always, in every game, that's been my fucking jam. I love investigating desolated world. That's what I like about the Souls games, more than the gameplay or anything. It's understanding what happened to that lost civilization. So all games that have this, I'm going to be all about it. And this is absolutely perfect for that. And comparing that to Oberdeen, for instance, maybe that was what I was missing a bit in Oberdeen. I got a lot about the actual events. I didn't get a lot about the, you know, where did all those things came from, you know? Oh, that wasn't intentional, Naz. We should ban you because you picked up on it. So your brain made the pun, not mine. See you later, Laura. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. I'm sorry we couldn't interact too much. I'm always glad to see you. Hope you're well. But yeah, well, you know, maybe I would have enjoyed Oberdeen a lot more if we got into the actual lore mysteries. But I don't know. I love a good plot and I love characters and stories. That's what you know, makes the surface experience awesome, if so to speak. But all the lore and that's what makes the exploration enthralling to me, is figuring out the stuff that some people might miss and that are not necessary, but that you can investigate and figure out, and that's what I really love. That's what makes that extra connection between me and a game, for sure. So this is, so far, completely delivering in that respect, so. I did, Laura? Did I seriously, though? I'm sorry, there was a few conversation at one point, and I was kind of absorbed in my own thoughts, so. I'm sorry if I did. It was really not intentional, swear to God. No, I'm sure you were kidding, but I was making it clear in case you weren't. On the off chance as well, you know. That person is not very happy right now. Oh no, he has a mustache! I thought he was mad, but he has a mustache. He looks like me with glasses, actually. I did not play Beyond Good and Evil, Saladino, no. I hear a lot of good things about that, but... Did you measure the book variety? It's not that... I've seen a lot of duplicates, Greg. Not that I mind too much. I mean... Oh hey, it's you. You do look weird and small. There's something about you. I feel compelled to pet you, but I won't because I don't understand why. Okay. The surface. Oh, it's a sensitive subject around here. There are some whose code can understand that concept. There are ones who know about the outside, but are too resigned to do anything. And then there's the outsiders. You can imagine how they feel. Well, there's only Momo now. That's very interesting. I want to get that line of dialogue again. There are some whose code can understand that concept. There are ones who know about the outside but are too resigned to do anything about it. And then there's the outsiders. And imagine how they feel. I have 2 energy drinks, I need one more. There's a logo of the outsiders. They were a group of people looking for the surface. Momo was one of them. One day they decided to put their plans into action and went into the sewers. Sadly, not a peep from them since. For some reason, Momo stayed behind. I think he'll always regret that decision. Poor guy. So, they actually got outside. Went into the sewers. Not a peep from them since. Either they died, and they might have been, you know, some of those robots we found on the way that were deactivated and everything, but also a chance that some of them made it out, you know? I think I saw another vending machine up there, yeah. I want to pet you, but I don't understand why. Oh no, that wasn't the vending machine. No. Fairly sure I saw one when I was all the way up. Wait, no, that was here. There's one here. Nope. I still need to figure out the paint buckets, by the way. Oh, maybe that? I initially came up here for the paint buckets. Ah, those here. Yeah. I'm gonna have to push that down and... Yeah, I'll come back to disturb these people in a minute. Oh, what was that? Ah, sheet music. We're gonna have a hell of a jam when we go back to the guitarist. I wonder if the notes on the sheets actually correspond to... This is a different type of music writing. This looks like MIDI. This one's untitled. This one's tomorrow. I can almost read tomorrow. That's mildly important information. I would love to hear that played. I can almost actually make out their alphabet once I know what it is, right? You can mildly important. Yeah, you can. The O's are very similar. The N's are very similar. The M. The I is reversed. The L, D is very different, but... Huh. So this one is gonna be called Of the Robot. Vr of the Lonely Robot. Of the Lonely Robot. Those are L's, so that's... Ballad of the Lonely Robot. I can read robot now. That's actually amazing. That you get to recognize some of the things and then you're like, oh, I can read this now. I would love to hear that played. Yeah, part-time for sure. What's that sound at the door? It's probably nothing. This somehow reminds me of... It's nothing in common, of course, but Bloodborne, when you knock on the doors of people in Yarnum, you know? And you just hear the conversations they're having sometimes. Who's... I'm really curious who has taken all those pictures. Oh, that's so cool. See, I mean... Naz, that's why I still feel like... And again, you know, I'm not saying you're wrong or anything, but that's why personally I still feel like a cat, you know? Like seeing this and being like, oh, I wonder if... And zoop! You know, that... It's such a small thing, but it totally works for me. I understand people expected more in that regard, by the way, but yeah. Fuck, I wanted to... I clicked the wrong button. I wanted to try and decipher it. Cool down. Well, I would not... No, this is not cool down. This is come on. Are you lying to me again, robot? Is the robot actually not able to translate everything? Is he making mistakes? That's the second time he translates something that's wrong. And one of them was in English, so I know for a fact that it was wrong. I wonder if that's just, you know, production changes. Or if it's... Because, you know, they could have made the assets and then decided for whatever reason to change the actual meaning, but... Or Maybe the robot can be wrong. Ah, pizza. That's a restaurant. Or, wait, no. Is that a restaurant? Nah, that's just an apartment, right? Yeah. The music's so cool. So what I'm wondering right now is, here's what I think is happening. I should have first gone to Momo and get the quest of, oh, we were doing something with the outsiders, but then I didn't go, but their plans are probably still in the city somewhere. Go look for them. And what I'm doing right now is I'm already doing all the searching. I'm doing all the searching in advance. Is what I think is happening. And I'm okay with it, by the way. I'm just saying, you know. I wish I could sleep on the bed there. Poor fella's been translating shit for you for hours. Cut him some slack. Yeah, sure. See, we're getting more notebooks and the symbol of the outsiders is on it. And file. Cookie recipe. Pancake recipe. Virus.ex. Okay. Stray.ex. Nice. My studies. Fetch. Snub B12. Tablet. Lepitherma. The strange notebook with a symbol on it. This one seems to belong to someone named Clementine. Everything is going according to plan. We managed to contact the upper level before the transceiver went down. They are in a place called Midtown, and apparently it's controlled by some kind of oppressive force. The transceiver. Transceiver. That's a weird way to write it, isn't it? Transceiver. I talked to Momo earlier. His eyes. I know this look. He will not come with us. Huh. Interesting. You know, I just thought of something, and I know it's completely unrelated to the game, by the way. Just the PS5. I wish the joysticks, like the actual sticks, had force feedback in them. You know, to complement the adaptive triggers, and I'm sure it would have made the controller way too expensive or prone to, you know, faults and whatever, but I think it would have been cool to complement the whole, like when I'm playing a driving game and I'm feeling the fucking, you know, brakes not working well or the accelerator not working well as my car is getting destroyed and everything, feeling the rumble and everything and the surface. I wish I could feel the steering a bit more, you know? How's life today, Atherma? Hope you had a good day. We should go see that Momo person. Yeah, he's directing me, you know, to that because of the, you know, I'm finding the shit that I'm supposed to find later. I'm sure. Which I'm okay with. I'm fine with exploring in advance. I like the feeling of just going around, you know. Day was kinda crappy. Aw, I'm sorry to hear. This is a nice chill way to end it. Hey, welcome in. Yeah, we're all about the chills today. This game's been delivering in that respect. I transitioned to PS5, Brucey. I got PS Plus. It's free with PS Plus. Because the PC version was just not performing well. And I'm very glad I did, considering how amazing today has been in terms of just the enjoyment that I'm getting out of the game, you know, wouldn't be the same if I was playing with poor frame rate. And I'm hoping it's been looking good for you guys with the sound and the everything, like both the sound and the, you know, the visuals. It looks like this poor guy also wanted to go to the upper level. Oh, he has his baggage and everything. Oh. Yes, I remember. Midtown is up there, away from all the garbage, sickness of the slums. Oh my god, that scale. The scale of that thing from here. Thank you, Dom, and $10. I'm glad it's working. It's gonna be good for Returnal, right? Even in dire times, humans could not help but divide themselves by social class. Back then, a lot of people from the slums were prepared to do anything to move up there. Apparently, robots also copied this behavior. This is so similar to what I was saying earlier about my story setting in my books. Beautiful. Yeah, for sure, JC. Absolutely impressive selection. Wreckfest and Gran Turismo are my current off-stream enjoyments. There's a few more that I might... It's cool that I, you know, find some games that I know I wouldn't stream, but that are pretty chill to play off-stream. I mean, I wouldn't hate to be in a position where I could stream Gran Turismo, for instance, like the career mode with getting more cars, and I think those would be interesting streams, but obviously, you know, not the type of vibe and community I'm building, so... But, you know, imagine if you're like such a huge streamer that people are gonna watch you whatever you play anyway, regardless of what you play, so... I wouldn't dislike that, but it's just, yeah, it's cool to have off-stream games too. Wonder what Swanito thinks about the items of those people. Symbol of the outsiders. They live on the upper floors of this area. You can probably talk to Momo about this. Okay. Oh, I didn't realize that this was actually the elevator. They live in the cabin that's broken down. Nice. Careful, I need to focus. I don't want to drop another bucket. I know what I'm gonna have to do there. I'm gonna be full on a cat. Yeah, Brucey? Yeah. I mean... I remember I had a Formula 1 game on PS3 or 4? I can't remember. Formula 1 game. I had the wheel and everything, and a good setup for it. Oh shit. We made it. And it's just so much fun. I love racing games in general. But yeah, obviously streaming them is a... You need... I think to stream racing games, you need to either focus on that, you know, and build that community. or you need to be big enough that it doesn't matter. Like everyone watches, that enough people watch you play anything, right? Ventilation power supply. So wait, what if I turn it off? What's gonna happen there? Oh, I can get in there. What's in there? What building is this? Oop. I love how they just fucking go up. Just boink. Oh, this one's heavy. There's dirt in it. See, Naz? How is this not a cat game? What the fuck? I'm not sure I want to go in there right now. Oh, okay. I can see all the symbols of the outsiders now. It makes sense. This one's another outsider. Hideout, I guess, would be the right term. Okay, so do I want to go in there first now, or do I want to do the painting thing? I need... Oof. Part of my brain is like, I actually need to take notes. But actually not. It's alright. This is obvious that I'm gonna have to do it. The painting's pretty obvious because I'm not gonna give up on the cable for Granny. Granny wants a cable, and with the other mysterious thing, I need one more can. I'm not sure where the last distributor is. I'll find it, I'm sure. Maybe in the laundromat, actually. Yeah, it's interesting though, because it's such a simple thing, right? Most video games would have that in this day and age, but it's so often not the case. I'm not sure why. Like, there's a ton of games where the items don't actually break, and it's such a... It seems like such a simple thing, but it's kind of breaking the immersion, right? Don't bother Vapora, she's so clumsy. Oh, I'm gonna bother her, I'm sorry. So she, by the way, they gender themselves, which again is a very interesting imitation of humans, right? Okay. Whoops. Yep, whoops indeed. Oh shit, I actually wanted to go up. Oh, not again. I'm cleaning the porch of my shop again. Still playing over my shop, you clumsy rascals. Has Strange Pie started doing speedruns of this? I know he likes to speedrun Annapurna games, so... Literally angry robot noises, yeah. Hey, bro. I am so sorry. And I'm doing it again. It didn't fall this time. Cool. Dude. I did one, but haven't learned the meta strats. Okay. Here we go. Look at this. Take Super Spirit Detergent. Got it. Maybe the pole will help? Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Maybe it was my position. Motor... motor? Something? Something motor? I'm a furry little ball of chaos. Seems like it was my destiny all along. I really wish I could read the robot language better. Like, there's some words that I can recognize sometimes, and then I can make the rest with context clues, but... I'm not about to just start doing a whole alphabet thing. I'm not Casey with Noita, but it would be fun, I'm sure. Ah, man, I hate that it's out of focus. Hot spicy oil? I was just about to say that, yeah. And there's definitely some words that I can understand now, thanks to the sheet when I noticed that the words were very similar. But then there's also like what they wrote themselves, and what's manually written and what's printed. What's printed is easier to read, obviously. It's very interesting. And what's, you know, written manually looks like... Okay. Gonna put some fucking paint in your shop, bro. Yeah, what you gonna do? Look at that. Okay, so I can trade. I'm still missing one can, right? Yeah. Not sure what the third one is. That's 3 cans, right? Yeah. Yeah. Super Spirit Detergent. There you go. Thank you. Got a new item. We can now get a poncho from Granny. Oh no, they forgot to fix that. This is what's written now is sample. This is a sample. Libellé produit non entreprise. It's put the name of, you know, the product or the enterprise or the company. Sorry. So basically, they forgot to edit the asset. I guess that was just, you know, like, oh, here are the stickers. Just put something in there. This is like the placeholder text, is what I'm trying to say, I think. Which, you know, can very well be... You can headcanon that into the game by, well, the people who actually printed the label forgot to, you know, change the name, which happens in real life, so... Used by 31/12/2007. Huh. Wait, why is there a use by date on a cable? Do cables have use by dates? No, they don't. They don't, right? Am I wrong? That's the kind of cable that Grandma was looking for, isn't it? Yes. I wonder if I just sleep without doing anything, if we get another beautiful jam with a zoom out and everything. It's organic cable, no preservatives. There's music playing right now, so it might not, you know, transition. I need the actual music to stop so I can test that theory. Oh yeah, the bar. So, we're approaching the end of this broadcast, by the way. I'm gonna play like another 10 minutes before we raid out to Nasrallah. But I want to say thank you everyone for being here. I do appreciate it quite a bit. More than I can say, actually, not just quite a bit, but I love this game, and I'm really hoping you guys are enjoying watching me play it. And I know it's a, you know, very unique pace, but I guess most of you at this point are used to my pace, so. But if you're new around here, yeah, I'm doing this every day. If I take a day off, I'm usually announcing it in advance. And I will be starting again tomorrow in 19 hours. 19 hours, whatever that is in your time zone, that's when I'll be back for more Stray. So, if you haven't yet, if you're new around here, just, you know, if you're interested, give a follow and I'll be back, you know. So I'm thinking there's a code here. Maybe it's one of the people. I'm thinking maybe one of the codes is written on a wall or something. Huh. See? That, for instance, has me very interested. Why would they scratch a code on a fucking board? 8801. Could be this too, something like that, but I'm thinking like the actual scratching of a code to replace it is weird. It's unusual, like you wouldn't do that. Those codes are just like random numbers, right? But... Oh, something up there, missed it. There it is. 1283. O Lu 0 Lu equals 7. Let's see. Maybe it's more than just 4 numbers, and I have to figure out the rest. 1, 2, 8, 3. Wait, I'm lost. Oh, there. Nope. Wait. God damn it. Chaos Cat. Is that my name now? The Chaos Cat? I'm okay with it. Ah, dude, I don't remember the code now. 1281, maybe? Let's see. One two eight three. 1283. 1283. 1283. December 83. Ah, that was simple. It's a music sheet. Aw, that was completely optional. Nice. Sheet music. Oh, it's all dirty and stuff. That's unreadable sheet music. I would love to hear that played. Cannot wait to hear what it sounds like. I'm not gonna do cat ears on stream, by the way, just saying. Wait, is Naz still not... Is Naz not live yet? Oh, announcement? Running a bit late, shouldn't be long. Okay. Someone let me know when he's live, and I'll, you know. Let's see if there's a vibe there. Neko Dan could be a hit. Yeah, not the kind of hit I'm trying to achieve. Give me some song. Give me a beautiful song again. Please. I mean, there's a guitar player, it kind of makes sense, you know. Okay, we'll be back. I'll be finishing on music with that guy for a bit. I wanna see if I can get that poncho going. I still need to find a can, right? Yeah. What if I run in the legs of the... What's up, Grandma? Here's your electric cable. I'll get to work right away. Nice. I have a poncho now. I should ask Solgrin for a VTuber thing, right? Aww. Grandma made me a poncho. There you go, little one. It'll suit you well. Can I actually put it on? Some of my finest handiwork. Wait, does Grandma know something about The Outsiders? So you like your new outfit? I haven't tried it yet. Everyone knows that symbol around here. Yeah, we've heard that one before. Poncho, examine. Very nice. Beautiful fibers. I love that the colors are a bit silly. We've determined that maybe the robots weren't too good with colors. So this is nice. This looks really warm. Perfect for a cold robot. A cold robot. I think, well, Elliot looked like he was shaking a bit, but... Is there someone living on the streets somewhere that could use it? I recognize Grandma style. She's very talented, you know. Yeah, I wonder if Elliot needs... I love that this guy is just going around. It's so cool. Oh, what a vibe. The music cues every time you get a new item and everything. It's such a fucking nice way to... add a bit of that atmosphere, right? I don't think the guy looking at the stars needed a poncho, right? Let's see. I don't think he complained about the cold. He wasn't shaking or anything. I mean, do robots even feel cold? Maybe they do by imitation. They imitate humans. And so they, you know, shake when they're cold. Let's go to Elliot again. I'm loving the movement, personally. I'm really vibing with it. I don't think... Part of me feels like it would not be smooth if it was purely free movement, you know, because of course you would just miss a lot of stuff. So while I understand, you know, like the issue with not more freedom and just being prompts for jump, I still think it's very cool. It works well for me. I like the idea that, you know, you're a cat, so you look at something and you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna jump there. You know, it's like cats, when you see your own cats, they're just like looking at something and then zoop. Yeah, exactly, Dom. And there's, like you said, there's a lot of places you can go, right? It's not limited at all, for sure. Like right now, I got up and down by just spamming X and just looking where I wanted to go, and it always kind of worked, you know, so. It feels... You quickly get used to the places where you can jump and those where you can't. So if today is yesterday's tomorrow, tomorrow will be yesterday today, right? Time is weird. Oh, dude, don't drop that on me now. We're getting to the end of the stream there. So if today is yesterday's tomorrow, tomorrow will be yesterday today. Tomorrow will be yesterday today. Yesterday's to... No. Is there a... If today is yesterday's tomorrow. That I get. Today is yesterday's tomorrow. Tomorrow will be Yesterday, today. I wonder if there's an apostrophe S missing there. Yesterday's today? I mean, tomorrow, today will be yesterday, right? But the phrasing is weird, right? Like, tomorrow will be yesterday today. Tomorrow will be yesterday today. Today is yesterday's tomorrow. That makes sense. So tomorrow will be yesterday today. I think the phrasing's a bit weird. Tomorrow will be yesterday today. I understand the idea. I think the phrasing's weird. Is it just me, or? If tomorrow is today, today is yesterday. Tomorrow will be yesterday today. Yeah, I don't know. The phrasing is kind of strange to me. If tomorrow is today. If tomorrow is today. Today is yesterday's tomorrow. So today is tomorrow, based on yesterday. Tomorrow will be yesterday today. Thank you, Greg. From tomorrow, the perspective of tomorrow, i.e. today, then yesterday from that perspective of tomorrow, which is now considered today, the actual today now will be yesterday. No, I get that, Venom. Today will be yesterday tomorrow. Today will be yesterday tomorrow. But tomorrow will be yesterday today? Like, the phrasing's weird, isn't it? Tomorrow will be, future tense, will be yesterday today. Could be a French dev trying to write in English, right? I don't know. We don't age like our soft one ancestors. We are trapped here forever. Aw. You need a poncho? No, okay. We'll find more on that tomorrow, I'm sure. Cosma is very mad. But the first line had a possessive, right? Tomorrow's today. Or yesterday's tomorrow, whatever it was phrased like. This one didn't have a possessive. So it's like, you know, it's legit saying that tomorrow will be yesterday today. Which, no, tomorrow is not yesterday today. Tomorrow is tomorrow today. I don't know. Wait, how many music sheets do I have? I have 8, 6, 2, 7, 5, 3. I already gave him 1. So there's 8 total. I gave him 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I missed 1. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just too dumb to get it. Which one is this again? Tomorrow's. There we go. Yes. Very, very apropos. Thank you, game. Sounds cool. Here, watch that. That's a real live song, right? This definitely rings a bell to me. Is it an actual current song called Tomorrow's? Dun, ba, dun, dun. Yeah, I know, $10. Thank you. Appreciate it. Greg and Arion told me. Thank you for making sure. I made 3 thumbnails for Stray, by the way. That was 2 today. I don't think we're finishing tomorrow. More time for beautiful. More time for JC to progress in Returnal. So if I'm sleeping, I think it keeps playing. Well, there we go. Man, I love this game. Oh, the end of that song was so good. I cannot wait to come listen to more jams tomorrow. And the music in the library, I'll never get over how great it was. Yeah. So here's a thing. Let me know. Do you still hear it if I do this? Do you still hear the game now? No? Perfect. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. A bit more clunky for me to switch all the things around, but it'll be. I'm just not used to the actual, you know, having to play around with different stuff that I'm used to. But anyway, I digress. Thank you. Tonight was awesome. I really enjoy. I'm enjoying the game a lot more than I thought I would initially, and a lot more even than I thought. Yesterday I was liking it quite a bit already. Tech issues were a bit weighing on me. But this is so much more than I hoped. Today was awesome. I'm hoping for more cool places to explore and interactions with the world and cool stuff to figure out about the past and awesome music to listen to while we sleep. And I don't know, this is a vibe. I'm liking it, dude. We're gonna raid Naz. Stay around for a bit. I would appreciate it. Yeah, I hope to see you guys again tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thursday. Let's keep making some progress and see where we end, right? I will start in 18 hours and 35 minutes. New schedule, well, old schedule again, 5-hour streams. This is 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 Pacific, 3 a.m. Australia time, Melbourne. Make sure to be there. I hope you will. Thank you everyone for the support tonight, the subs, the raids, the follows, the lurks, or the conversations. I appreciate every single one of those ways to support the channel, and they really do mean a lot, you know, especially when I'm playing games like these that are, you know, smaller games, not very necessarily the most hyped anymore, you know. It means a lot for me to have people to share that experience with, so thank you. It was awesome. So yeah, let's raid Naz. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Until then, remember me, and I'll remember you.